Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on what part of the world you are in. So, yesterday we left off with. Fly over here a second. So, yesterday we finished off with getting the entire restaurant, Castle Cafe, Castle housing area done. And then I realized that I forgot to put the power system in. So, this morning I brought all the power poles in. So now of the new streets we put in yesterday are all have the power pole street lights. So that section is finished. I imported a bunch of stuff into the map this morning of what we're going to work on. Let me turn my 16x script on in case I forgot. But I want to finish the area between the mountain and the canal around the base of the mountain. So I think that's what the focus is going to be for a bit today. So nothing really exciting until we work our way back around the other side of the mountain. I'm going to leave this open just as a little grassy meadow, but I'm going to paint it in its own farmland, so it'll be a little bit less expensive on the pricing. So I was just getting the grass and trees and some of the bushy bits and stuff done this morning. So I just want to grab, let me grab spruce stage 4. Just to get this area finished, and we'll just paint the farmland in and call this little area done, and we'll move on. There we go. Just want to get some trees along the edge. Of the mountain. Nothing too fancy. It's going to mostly stay open. Come on, give me the tree. I had my camera in a perfect spot and you wouldn't give me the tree back. I know, I believe Farm Chick is on the road today. She is moving, so I know she's going to be traveling today, so we'll not see Farm Chick around today. Alright, let's get a farmland, and I'm just going to call it grass near, that's Waterfield 4. So back to my farmlands. We'll call it Meadow near Waterfield 04. And go down on price a little bit because it's going to have to include part of the mountain. 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Alright, so I want 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4. And number 31? Yep, number 31. Alright. So let's get this area taken care of. And it's going to also take care of part of the mountain, which I won't have to figure out how to make it own. And we can adjust the price down if it's too expensive. And I may have to go to the square brush here for a couple minutes. Don't want to cross the road. But I want to make sure you can cut the grass on this side of the road without getting the "you don't own this land" message. Let's get along the road and then I'll repaint. I'll finish, come back and paint the rest of the mountain in. Yeah, we're just going to go down to the bridge, but as part of this property. And I think under the bridge. So we'll probably overpaint it a little bit and then fix it up with the next farmland. So, yeah, something like that. And we'll square it up when we get the next section done. Perfect. Now we can finish painting our mountainy bits in. Yeah, I'm going to probably have to adjust this price down even lower. It's just a crappy piece of property that there's really not much you could do with. So I'll probably just make it real cheap. It really is almost a useless piece of property. Alright, so I'll call that one done. I'm just going to leave it just like it is, open grass meadow. Let me take that down to like, and we'll check the price when we go in game. But now this next section, I want to put a couple fields in. So I think I'm going to take this farmland straight across, maybe to the edge. I want to split this into two, so maybe like the edge of the mountain will come across. So this will be one farmland, and then from here to the bridge, and that's the last piece of property on this side of the mountain that we have to finish. Pikey Poke, that would be a perfect place for someone to make a forest. Well, I want to leave a couple open spots on the map because most of the rest of the map you're going to have to buy and build, you won't have access to. So just for instance, let me fly over here. So over here, 80% of the map after you buy it, you're going to have to build it. So over here in the editor, you have an entire forest. And it has, inside of this forest, it has the boathouse where you make your rowboats and your surfboards. Then it has the seaweed pond where you bring your byproducts from the slaughterhouse, turns it into seaweed, and then you can use the seaweed as fertilizer. It has a nice farmhouse with some sheds, and then a massive forest with an open spot for you to put your placeable mill down. And then it has a little wood chipper where you can drop off your trees and make wood chips and resin. That's what I meant, the one you just finished. Now I want to leave, that somebody else can plant their own trees, yeah. But in the game, you don't see any of this. It's a complete empty lot with a barrier around it that you can't get in. So once you buy this piece of property, you actually have to build it before you can use it. And that's what 80% of the map is going to be. But early game, around Center Mountain, closer to the center of the map, I want to put in just a couple of cheap properties that you have access to, where it's not going to cost you a lot of money. So this little grass meadow right here is going to be just a inexpensive piece of property you can buy, and I'm going to leave it just like it is. That sounds cool. Yeah, let me save the game. Hang out a couple seconds. Let me save the game. Let me save the editor. I'll take it in game, and I'll show you what I mean about how you have to build stuff. And this is about how 80 to 85% of the map is going to be. Let this save so I can go in game. Before I move on to that next piece of property. Are you doing the same mining stuff as the other maps, or have you have some on? There's going to be absolutely nothing on the ground on this map, so you're going to have to make your boulders and then take your boulders to the crusher to crush them down. But on this map, let me show you before I go in game. So on this map, there is, over here I have a strip mine, and you don't have access to it until you buy it and open it. So you have to buy it, you have to dump shit here, and then it takes the construction barrier down, then you have access to the mines. So in the mines, there's a coal mine. You put diesel in a tank, it drops 5 boulders and shuts off. So all the mines work the same way. You put a little bit of diesel in a tank, it drops 5 ore boulders, and then it shuts off. So you have your coal, your ore, regular rock that crushes down to gravel and stone. There's the nickel mine, the copper mine, and then a new boulder called sandstone that crushes down into sand. So you pick up your boulders here in the pit, in the mine, and then you have to drive them over to here, to the crusher, dump them in the pit here. Now there's only one crusher for all 6 boulders, so it'll crush down your coal, your ore, it'll crush down the nickel, the copper. Down here you'll get your silt, your sand, your gravel, and your stone all out of one crusher. So this is just one big facility that crushes all of your product down at the same time. So as long as you keep this supplied with boulders from your mine, it'll keep crushing your product down. So this map's going to work a little bit different than the other maps. You have your individual mines, but only the one crusher that you have to supply. So let me get out of here. Let me go in game. And I'll show you a couple things, and then I'm going to get back. I don't have a lot of time to stream today. The family just left, and they're only going to be gone for about 2 or 3 hours, so it's just going to be a short stream today. So I don't want to get into any major projects today, but let me delete save game 8, and I'll head back in. I'll show you a couple things. No, I'm going to spend most of my time in the editor today, or what little time I have in the editor. I don't know what they're doing tomorrow, but I have a feeling I'm not going to be able to stream tomorrow because I think they're going to be home tomorrow. I stuck the career start point here at the store. This is only temporary until I figure out where I want to go with it. But let me throw some cash in here. Let me grab some speed. And then I'll show you a couple things really quick. So let me grab a truck and a tipper. And let me grab a tipper. And then let me just buy, this map is only temporary, but let me buy, oh, the coal mine you own, so I can already open it. But and then I'll show you how they work. Alright, I'm just going to pre-fill this with some wood chips, and I'll just explain to you how you have to open the mine for the first time when you're coming in game. So when you come in game, I'll probably have one of these as your starting vehicles. But you come over to, you'll have to come over to Central Station. It'll be preloaded with 500,000 liters of wood chips. If you sell them off, you're screwed. You're going to have to make more. But you need them to open up your mine. So you come over here, Central Station, pick up your 500,000 liters of wood chips, and then head over to the mines. The coal mine you will own, the rest of the mines you will have to purchase. Yeah, this is it'll be the same vehicle pack. Vehicle pack is not going to change. Same vehicle pack for every map except for Homestead. So head over to the mines. Those big boulders in the fields disappear when you build it. So you have to buy it and build it. You have the water fields you're going to have to buy and build. Will it be this? Okay, same vehicle pack. I'll look cool. I know if you Papa plans on adding rocks to the trailer. Everybody keeps asking that, and that's what the big mining cat truck is for. So we're not going to add rocks to the trailer. I'm going to make you use the cat mining truck. So you come over here. Now, if you come over here with an empty truck or an empty vehicle trying to get into the mines, you're going to come over here, and it's going to tell you to open up the mines, go to Central Station, pick up 500,000 liters of wood chips, and to deliver them here. So when you dump in your wood chips, let me get out of the trigger. So dump in your wood chips, and then I'm just going to go 2,000 speed. It takes 8 hours for the mines to open. So I'm just going to roll the night until it goes back to daylight. No, fair enough. Yeah. We made a decision not to put the rocks back on the trailer. Alright, so I'm just gonna roll the daylight. Let me grab my store delivery mod. I can't save the save game anyway, so let me just grab a couple things. So grab my truck, grab my tanker, jump in here. just fill this full of diesel before I drive down in there. And I'm just going to bump it back up to 5 speed for a minute. So you come in here. Now you have to buy, like I said, you'll get the coal mine in new farmer mode. You'll have to buy the rest of the mines. They all work the same way. But you come down in. Oh, don't go on your side. Drop in 1 load of diesel, which I think is only 25 liters. Yeah, so I'll put 25 liters of diesel in. That's all you can put in. It takes about 4 or 5 minutes in game, and it's going to drop 5 boulders. And it's going to drop your boulders, then it's going to shut off. Now it's just going to drop your boulders. Mining machine's going to turn itself off. Now if you come over to your trigger, you're going to have to put more diesel in order for it to drop 5 more boulders. So you just pick up your boulders with your mining truck and then take them over to the crusher. And that's how all the mines work. You don't like the cat truck, it's too wide. Yeah, unfortunately, that's if you want to use the boulders. It was pretty much built for the 16x maps and not the 4x maps, because in this map, let me grab one of the cat trucks. This map, it's a nice size. It is a little big for the 4x, but this is a 16x. So it actually works out well here. Turn on the auto load, pick up your boulders, put more diesel in, drop another set. Now this will hold 60, so you can drop 10 boulders out of each mine and then just drive them over to the crusher. So yeah, this puppy was built for the 16x maps. So every time you want 5 boulders, you just have to stick 25 liters of diesel in and wait a couple minutes and they'll drop. And then you just take this over to you just take that over to the crushers, and the crushers work the same way. So let me head over this way. Oh, this way. Let me see if I can sneak myself in here and then walk outside of the fence without getting... can I... Yeah, let me... Oh, without falling off the cliff. Alright, let me sneak my way out. Oh, I should have went the other way. Hold on. I'm going to go this way. So there's no trees. The buildings are here, but you don't have access to them. sneak my way around this wall. All right, so if you come over here, it's going to tell you to open up Farm 1, go to the construction office. So I'm just going to park a truck here for now. So let me spin around I'll show you how it builds. So you don't have access to that area until you go to the construction office. So this is Farm 1. So if I go down to the construction office, over near across the street from the animal dealer, this whole area is going to be filled with triggers. So every building that you're going to have to build, you're going to have to come over here. So if you want to build oil well 2, just follow the instructions on the sign. If you want to build the smokehouse, follow the instructions on the sign. But we want to build area 1. Was it area 1 or was it farm 1? I'm going to have to, farm 1. Oh, I'm going to have to rename that. But anyway, so farm 1. Let me buy the property. So you can't build it until you buy it. Now I should get a trigger here telling me, yeah, there we go. So I have to add greenery, grass seed, water pipe, paint, doors, windows, siding, and roofing in order to build this area. Now, just for testing, I have buy turned on, but you won't get this option once the map's finished. Alright, do I have all the things? Yeah, so this one active, so it's going to start building my project. I just want to throw another truck here so I can just tab from vehicle to vehicle, show you how it builds. So as you build, and I think it takes 3 or 4 game days for it to build, but as this starts to build, and again, I'm just going to go to 2,000 speed. But as it starts, I'll leave it on 120 speed for a couple of minutes. But as it starts to build, everything starts to pop into place. So go up to 2,000 speed. So the entire forest pops in, the construction barrier goes away. And then it opens up access to that area. I don't know, I've never parked a truck under there, and I think it'll block the triggers where the boulders, where the spawners will not reset themselves. So I would keep that area clear, let the boulders drop, and then pick them up. I think if you park excuse me, I think if you leave the truck parked there, the triggers won't reset themselves. Looking at all those trees dying to be cut down, Dixieland. Showing Mike how the forest builds itself once you put all your products in. I think it's actually still building trees. It's a pretty big forest. Yeah. I know it's hard to see at night, but all your trees are spawning in. And I'll finish building your forest will come in, and then you'll know it's done when this last construction barrier goes away. Let's see, construction barrier's gone, so this is going to be done building. And then if we go back to the construction office, oh, it's not done building. Let me go, let's see where we are. We are 96% built, so let me just go a couple more hours. And then as it finishes building, this whole area turns into a housing development. So as you build every little section of the map, all of your houses and vehicles and everything will spawn in here, and this whole construction office area turns into a housing development. Oh, this map is only. Oh, sorry to. Oh, I'm wounded, sprained my arm, but it's on the mend. Oh, Dixie did not know that. But no, I'm. This map is at least 3 to 4 months away from being done. All right, I don't have a lot of time today. I'm going to get out of here. I'm going to get back in the editor. That's a very, very short map tour and a really quick tutorial on how you're going to have to build everything in the map. But I want to get back down here, and I want to get a couple fields in on this side of the bridge, but I'm going to have to get rid of this grass first. So let me, like I said, I don't have a lot of time to stream today, so it's going to be just a couple fields and meadows and forests and that kind of stuff today. Am I on subtract? Am I on subtract? So let me get rid of this grass so we can get some fields on this side of the road. But now this map is, we're at least 3-4 months away. And then it's going to take us a good couple weeks to test it, because we're going to have to build everything on the map. And we're going to have to build everything on the map old school. We're actually going to have to make the pallets and then take them to the construction office and make sure all the triggers work when you build it. So it's going to be a really, really hard test. There's going to be hundreds of triggers in this map. Alright, let me just get rid of some of this grass for now until I figure out where these fields. I'm going to go a little bit further. So I want this piece of property to come about down here. We can always put the grass back in. Alright, so I'm going to get a couple small fields in here. So let me go to square. Let me take my speed down. Brush type, yes, square. Oh, come on, I gotta click. Oh, come on. Am I frozen? Why am I frozen? Take my speed down. There you go. Alright, now let's go to terrain detail. Let's get a couple small fields in here on this side of the road. I'll deal with these crazy shadows again from the bridge. And I got more grass in the field already. I'll take it out once we get the fields painted in. So, yeah, I just wanted to come. I don't know how long I'm going to be able to stream today because the house is quiet, but they're not going to be gone long. So I figured I'll come in and do at least an hour or two till I get back home. And then I'll be off the rest of the day. Alright, so that looks good going back that way. So let's take the field up this way. Now, which way do I want them to run? I'm going to get 2 fields in. I don't know what I'm going to do. I'm going to make one big field and then cut it in half. And then I'll know exactly where I want to go. But I'm going to make you buy this area and build it. So this area won't have free access to. Still got a bunch of grass that's going to end up in the middle of the field. All right, how far down do I want to go? I want it to be about even with that mountain. All right, we'll take. I actually may cut this into 3 small fields. How much further? Oh, quite a bit. So I'm going to split this last piece of property into 2. That'll work. So I'll leave some grass between them. I'm not putting another farmhouse here because there's one across the street. And there's one around the corner. So there's 2 farmhouses nearby. So I'm not going to put one over here. Dixie, were you lurking in yesterday's stream at all? Because I rebuilt the castle and the restaurant. So I don't know if you had seen that or not. We got some work along the mountain to do with textures. Yeah, we definitely have some work along the mountain to do with textures. I want to go back a little bit further. Yeah, I can. I can go back just a little bit more. So let's pull this field back a little bit more. There we go. Did I overpaint? Oh, come on. Oh, what the heck did I just hit? Okay, I've completely lost my mouse. I have no idea what the editor's doing. Hang on. I'm like frozen or something. I have no idea what the editor's doing. Oh, there we go. Oh, that was weird. Undo, undo, undo. All right. That takes me back to where I was. Yeah, that was really weird. Like, the editor froze, and I couldn't move my mouse, and it was highlighting everything on the damn map. All I wanted to do was take it back a little bit further. Let's take you down. Rob VTV off and on. I saw you was driving in the water. Was over the top of your truck. Yeah, I was putting a invisible barrier in so you couldn't drive back behind the castle and pick up the product it makes. So you absolutely cannot get a vehicle behind the castle now. You're going to have to hand carry the boxes out. I'm really hoping when my game went crazy there, it didn't erase everything. Okay, it didn't delete everything on the map. All right. Yeah, that was really weird. I have no idea what happened there for a minute or two. Alright, we're gonna let's figure out where I want to split this field, because I can make it a little bit bigger over there. So let's go about here. Where do I want to cut this field in half? Right about here. So this will be one field over here. I definitely have to get a new mouse and key and mouse pad, because my mouse is just jumping all over the place. Alright, so let's take, actually I want to go out further, so let me take this line down and finish separating the two fields. That field I want to take a little bit bigger, closer to the mountain. Rob is in the house. Y'all just coming in. Like I said, I'm not sure how long I'm going to be able to stream today. The house was quiet for at least 2 hours, so I jump on here as long as I can. Oh, and I messed this corner up. Let's not mess this corner up. Ah, come on. Like I said, my mouse is just jumping all over the place. And it's not the batteries, it has new batteries in it. Alright, so there's one small field. I want to take this field back a little bit further, closer to the mountain. And we'll continue it down that way. Yeah, about here. Now we'll bring it out. But unfortunately, we got a lot more of this to do, just fields and meadows and forests. Probably went too far. Yep. I'll come back over and clean up the edge. Yeah, I'll clean up this edge. Alright, so that's going to be this field. So let's get it painted in. Stupid freaking mouse. Let me back that off. It's just jumping, like it's not even rolling, it's literally jumping. I'm about ready to take this wireless one and unplug the damn thing and get my old wired backup mouse out. Even when I go to click on something, it's literally just jumping. Alright, hold on. Bear with me. I'm going to see if I can find my spare mouse. I can't use this one. No sound? Is that better? Or did it, when I plugged my mouse in, did it mess up my volume? Okay, now I think we're good. Let me know if the sound is back. I see it on my Streamlabs. Maybe I didn't have my mic all the way open. Okay. Yeah, this new mouse is my spare mouse, my wired mouse, which I hate using. It's like 3 times fatter than my wireless mouse, and I absolutely hate using it. So I had a small donation on the map this week, so I think I'm going to take it and use it for try and find myself a new wireless mouse. All right, you are field 12. So let me grab my field marker for 12, and we'll stick it here in the middle of the field, and we'll grab corner 1. We'll bring corner 1 over. Yeah, I don't like this mouse at all. I have one other spare mouse I may go try and find as well. This mouse is like barely used, so it's really stiff. Alright, corner 2. So let's pull you back. Yeah, this one doesn't roll as nice as my other one. And then corner 3. So I'll pull you in and back. Yeah, I'm definitely not going to get as much done with this mouse as my other one. Let me check these corners. That's going to be a high priority. Oh, we should have. Now I've got all the grass to paint on around these fields. Alright, so that is going to be field 12. So let's duplicate that. It's going to be field 13. Because without a comfortable mouse, it's really, really hard to build. Edit. Alright, field marker. So you are number 13. So let's grab corner 1. Get corner 1 in place. Get corner 2 in place. Yeah, I think this is the mouse that came with the new computer, and I used it for 5 minutes and threw it in my drawer because I hated it. I figure I'll just keep it for a spare. Alright, so that's field 13. And, will that work? That will work. Okay, so that's field 13. So let's now get rid of our blue field markers. Oh my lord, I am going to murder this. 1018, good afternoon. Abadyn. Abadan. I apologize. Hello. Thank you for taking time out of the day, stopping in and saying hello. Alright, so this is fields 12 and 13. And again, I want it to be its own farmland, so we're going to create a new farmland. Just a note for myself so I know where I'm at. Fields 12 and 13. So let me turn this farmland on. And it's going to be bit 5. So come back down here. Farmlands. Hey, you're going to do that to me today. Bit 5. Bit 5, number 32. There we go. Let's get this farmland painted in and then squared up to the bridge. So you're going to go here. Let me try and get a nice straight line. Separate my two farmlands up to the road. And unfortunately, we're going to have to include the mountain. So I'm going to probably, when we go back in game, we'll check the price. If the price is too high, we'll lower it a little bit. You're going to have a little bit of useless property with this farmland. But I have to divide the mountain up somehow. So unfortunately, the mountain has to get divided up into the farmlands. And I don't have to be neat coming up the mountain. So I don't want to make the mountain like this useless piece of property that I put like a ridiculous $25 million price on. So I'm going to try and incorporate the mountain into the different farmlands as I go. Alright, so you're going to come up here along the road. Yeah, I'm definitely jumping on Amazon tonight trying to find a new wireless mouse. Alright, now how far down do I want to take this? I'm going to overpaint this farmland and then we'll fix it when we put the next section in. So I'm just going to bring this down. I'm going to overpaint it to about here and we'll go up the mountain. And it'll square it up once we get the next section of the map in. Oh, come on. Yeah, I'm completely out of sorts today with my mouse taking a crap and not wanting to work. It's throwing off my game because even my spare mouse, I hate this thing. I'm a creature of habit. It's throwing me off my game. Alright, so that's going to be this farmland when you go to buy it. Fields 12 and 13. Alright, this ought to be fun, trying to paint the grass with this crazy ass mouse. Alright, do I see grass up here on the mountain? I do see grass on the mountain, so let's get rid of that first. I'm on grass, I'm on subtract. Perfect. Let's get rid of this grass up here on the mountain. And what I was trying to do is come down here and fix my textures along the base of the mountain. Alright, so let's go back to grass for a couple minutes. And let's go back to round. There we go. Now I can fix my grassy bits. And then we can paint bring our mountain back down to the grass. There we go. And that's going to define that area. And then let me go back to grass for a minute. Push this back where it belongs. Catch up on chat. Omri 101, hello. Sorry, Ab. I was gonna call you Ab. I'm just gonna call you Ab. Right. So that's gonna take care of the property we are working on now. Grass. Grass ought to be fun with this crappy mouse. Let's go back to square. Let's go to grass, stage 4, and let's get our, I guess I really can't complain about that last mouse. I probably got 3 years out of that last mouse and 4 maps. So that mouse lived a good life. Oh. Okay, now I need to turn my speed back down. That's better. So I will mourn my mouse in silence. And I'll have to give it a proper burial tonight. Now, I'm going to take a magnifying glass to it tonight and see if I can find a brand and a model number, so at least I can, when I jump on Amazon tonight, try and find a new one. I can get one as close to that one as I can find, because that wireless mouse was my absolute favorite mouse I've ever owned. Yeah, it's definitely not the batteries. I put fresh batteries in it last week, so I know it's not the batteries. But it's just, it doesn't glide anymore, it just jumps. And part of it too is my mouse pad is completely worn down. Again, I've gotten 4 years and 4 maps out of it. Alright, so that's the road section done. Let's come back and we'll come along the field. And we'll get that part done. Yeah, nothing too exciting on the agenda today. I want to finish this section and this section up to the bridge, and I want to continue working my way around the base of the mountain, between the mountain and the canal, We're almost done with this section of the map. So it'll be a little bit, a very, very tiny sense of accomplishment if we can finish the area between the mountain and the canal all the way around. Maybe if I use this mouse I can break it in. It's really stiff. I'm getting used, my hands get used to the width. It's about 3 times wider than my existing mouse, but it's just really stiff. It doesn't glide well. I just got to break it in, I guess. Alright, so that's that part of the... Let's come up between the fields and get this part done. So unfortunately, we'll be just painting a lot of grass today. Nothing too exciting on the build. But we will have a little bit of XML work to do because I want to make you buy and then build this section of the map. So we will have a little bit of XML work to do. And we'll have the construction barrier to put up. And then another house that will build as this area builds. Alright, so let's get some grass along this side. Going back so I know it's the edge of the map or the edge of the field is done. And I went too far. Yeah, let me back some of this out. That's better. Alright, now we'll come back along the edge of the field, all the way down. Yeah, I wasn't even going to work in the editor today. I got up, and it's just one of those days where I'm just not in a creative mood. But there was a couple things I wanted to fix from yesterday that were bothering me. So I jumped in the map for about an hour this morning and cleaned a few things up from yesterday. And then Winston sent me the new train. I wanted to get the new train in the map. And then I ended up spending like 2 hours. I completely gutted the train file because it had a bunch of stuff in it I was no longer using. So I completely deleted the train file and it imported the stuff back in of just what we needed. And then I had to repath all my XMLs. I had to relink all my XMLs to the mod description. And then I finally got the new train in the map. So that killed about 2 hours. And then I was just going to jump off for the day and sit back and play for a little while. Yeah, we're going to have to make these bridges invisible so I can get out of these shadows, or I'm never going to see this edge of the map. Alright, bear with me a second until I get bridges new. Let me make you invisible for a minute. And then I'm going to take the roads and make them invisible. Okay, now I can get the edge of this map done. So I was just going to sit back and play for a little while today and not even work on anything new in the editor. And then I was just getting ready to shut the editor down and call it a day. And then I found out that my sister and her husband were leaving for a couple hours and the house was going to be quiet. So I figured, oh, what the heck. I'll come on here and I'll stream. How close to the edge of the field am I? It's so hard to tell at certain angles with the shadows. Let me come back the other direction, see if I can see it any better. Yeah, I can see it better in this direction. So I wasn't even going to stream today, but they left for a couple hours. I'm going, okay, the house is quiet. I'll just take advantage of a couple hours. Come in here, try and get a little bit done. Alright. And then let me get along the mountain, and then I'll take that stuff and I'll turn it back visible. Let's go back to round. So I just need the grass along the mountain. And then we'll put some trees in. We'll have to put a construction barrier in, so you don't have access to this land. And then we'll make it build. Alright, not too bad. As y'all know, painting grass is my least favorite chore. But this gets us close to the next piece of property. And I think this next piece of property, when we get to it, I'm going to do one field and then another small forest. Alright, so we got all the grassy bits done over here. Alright, I don't like... Alright, we're going to change this up a little bit over here. Because this part is actually mountain. I'm going to get rid of the grass here. And I'm going to paint the mountain texture back in. Actually, what I'm going to do is I'm going to raise... wrong one. I want to raise this up a little bit. Oh, stop. I really don't like this mouse. Let's just pull this up a little bit so it's actually defined as mountain. There we go. Now we throw our mountain texture back in. Cliff Rock, where am I? Cliff Rock Dark. Yeah, that's going to be better. We get the grass off the mountain. Yeah, I definitely hate this mouse. I'm sorry. I will definitely have something new before I stream again. If I even make it through the stream without throwing this thing out the window. I knew I threw this new mouse in a drawer and didn't use it for a reason. It's really stiff. It's actually not even rolling on my mouse pad. It's pushing my mouse pad around the desk. I'm literally having to hold my mouse pad down to move the mouse. I have one other spare mouse somewhere. I may go try and go find. Because even when I click on the icons up top to change what I'm doing, like the grass and the red paintbrush and the blue paintbrush, and it's not even registering. So I'm having to click stuff twice just to get one thing done. Let's get our bushy bits along the mountain done. There we go. Now, we have to create, I'm going to do a quick save before I go any further. Actually, let me take our roads, make them back visible again. Let's take our bridge. We'll make all of our bridges visible again. There we go. Let me do a quick save. And then we're going to, I got to create a new transform group. We're going to make some visibility nodes, invisibility nodes. Then we're going to make you, when you purchase this piece of property, we're going to make you build it before you can use it. But tonight off camera, I think I have one other spare mouse floating around somewhere in a drawer. I just gotta find it. Let me see if my other wireless mouse, if I have the little thing for it that you plug into the computer, the sensor. Now that's the part I'm missing for my other wireless mouse. It got lost when I moved it. I don't have the little sensor that you plug into the computer anymore. Unless it's in my laptop. Let me check my laptop real quick and see if it's in there. It's not. That's the part I can't find. That's my backup wireless mouse. I'm missing the little sensor thing that you plug in. Alright, so we're going to make this buildable. So we have to go to Global Company. We have to go to, we're going to create, I'm just going to create one or two more spare transform groups so I have them. Now the other one we called Area 1. We're going to call this one Area 2. And then inside of that transform group, I need another transform group. And it's going to come over here, just anywhere inside of the property. And then this gets called Area 2. And that's the main transform group we're going to be working in. Now we take another transform group, we stick it inside of that one, and then I'll duplicate that. I think I only need 2, but I grab another one if we need it. So the first one is going to be visibility. Next one is going to be invisibility. So we're going to make stuff build and unbuild at the same time. Now I want to work on what we're going to make build first, and then we'll work on what we're going to make unbuild. So as we're buying that piece of property, down here my construction site, I need another house. So we're going to have to put in another house, or houses, or row home. And I think we'll do maybe a double townhouse. Let me find something that I really haven't used yet. Let me fly over here to my junkyard, my staging area, and grab a house. Try and find something that I really haven't used yet. I like you, and I think I could turn you into a townhouse. Let's grab you. No, I already used residential A. What are you? Town building C. You're a little bit bigger than I wanted. You are residential A. What are you? Your town store. Okay, I can use this one. We're going to use that one. Come back over to the construction site. We're going to I already have this house. That's all right. We're going to go, I'm going to grab that one. We're going to go edit cut. It's got to be in this transform group in the visibility. And we're going to throw it here. Let's get it down to where we want it. And then it's going to face in. And then I want to back it up so we have a little bit of a front yard. So about there. That'll work. And I want to pull it back so it's about even with that other house. So let me even you up with this one, yeah. And then we'll leave a little bit of a front yard. That works. And then do I want a garage? Do I want to give you a garage? Yeah, let's give you a garage. Let's grab this guy. We will duplicate him. It's got to go in this transform group. And we'll put it over here next to the house. And we'll detach you. And we'll push you back a little bit. Something like that. Alright, so now you're going to need a driveway. So let's go back to square for a minute. And let's grab our concrete texture. And let's get our driveway in. I don't like that. I want you closer to here, which means I gotta take all of you back out. There we go. Bring our driveway across. Oh, come on. You want to stay there? You're gonna stay there. Let's bring our driveway out. And we'll get a little bit of a sidewalk going to the driveway. Do you have a back door? You do have a back door. So let's put in a patio. And then let's get you a sidewalk. That runs over to here. Yeah, I might as well just concrete in between the house and the garage. Alright, that works. So that's going to be the house for this piece of property. Now I need a fence. Yeah, so let's grab, I need a closed section and an open section of fence. So you are an open section, so I'm going to duplicate that. We're going to move it to our transform group. So you're the open section. I'm going to grab a closed section. I'm going to duplicate that. And we're going to throw it down here as well. So we have our open section of fence. We have a closed section of fence. So closed section of fence we have to start off with. And we'll get it where I want it. And we'll probably come, I don't want to come out too far to the road. I'm just going to go one section of fence. Then we'll grab our open section. We'll get it lined up with this section. There we go. Try and get it the right height. And lined up with this post. There we go. Now we'll bring this guy back. Alright, now how far back do I want this yard to go on this side? So let's go, how big are the yards on this side? So we have like 1, 2, 3, 4, about 5 sections of fence. Go. No, that'll work. That will work. So let's come over here and we will turn it this way. We'll get it lined up. And we'll bring our fence back this way. I don't want to go too far past the garage, so probably one more section. And then we'll bring that property. We'll bring this back down. So square it up to 90. There we go. We'll come back to the garage. One more. Yeah, that'll work. And then we'll spin you again. And we'll come back. There we go. I'm going to actually make you a little bit shorter and leave a little bit of a walkway for you to get around the garage. No, we're not. We're gonna take you up against it. Where do you? Oh yeah, perfect. So let's. Nah, I'll leave a little bit of a walkway around that side. That works. So this is gonna be our house. Got a little bit of a fenced yard. Now we got to give it some grass, and we're gonna give it some trees. So. Give it some grass. I don't want to go too far over because I don't know where my next piece of property is going to be yet. We'll take the grass out to our other main road coming in. Come out to the corner. I don't want to paint back too far because I don't know what I'm doing with my next piece of property is yet, so I'm just going to come past the fence just a little bit, and then when we put the next piece of property in, we can fix it or finish it going in that direction. So let's let me get some grass along our patio. Get some grass along the fence. Alright, and then just want to even this side up. Alright, so that's going to be this piece of property for the farms for those 2 farmyards we just built. So it's going to need a couple of trees. So I'm going to duplicate this guy, but I got to move it into the other transform group. Visibility, edit, paste. And then I'm going to line it back up with this guy and move it over so they're about even going down the road. Alright, so put one here. Yeah, put one about there. And then we'll put one about there. That works. And then we'll get a smaller tree in the front yard. So duplicate this guy. change transform groups. And then put you about there. Alright, now do I want a car or something for this driveway? Yeah, let's fly up to our other lot and we'll grab a car or something to put in the driveway. Here we'll grab a van. Oh, I had a weird collision thing, I think, with that van. That's all right. We'll come over here and we'll grab blue truck. Blue truck works. Let me duplicate that. And again, we'll throw it in a different transform group. I don't know if I have to scroll up or scroll down. Wrong way. I need to scroll down. Area 1, we're not working on. Smokehouse, we're not working on. We're working on Area 2. So edit, cut, visibility, paste. There we go. Now let's get our truck in the driveway. Want to back him in? Yeah, let's back him in. And then get him off so he's not sunk into the ground. Alright, so there's our truck. Oh, you kidding me? Alright, so there's our truck. And then we have to come, so that's gonna, this will build when we build our property. So you won't see the house in game, but you'll see it after it's built. So now we need to put some trees down here that will build into the property. So we are going to grab this guy. I'm going to duplicate him, but I have to move him into this other transform group. So I'm going to go edit, cut, visibility, paste, and I want to line him back up with this tree, and I want to line him up with the trees along the other side of the road. And these trees you will not see in game until you build this piece of property. And I'm going to end it here because that's, let me go one more. Yeah, let me go one more. And then we'll, if I have to, we'll take our property out a little bit further. Alright, now I want to get a row, I want to get some pine trees along the mountain. But I also want them to build with this piece of property. So I'm going to duplicate that one. I'm going to move it into the other transform group. And then we'll get it, yeah, we'll get it lined back up. And we'll get some of these trees along the mountain. And again, you won't see these trees in game till you build this property. And I want to to leave this property fairly open, so I'm not going to put a lot of like trees between the fields or anything. Alright, so that's going to be about the end of this property. So those trees will come in as we build. Our property goes up to the bridge, and our property comes out about even with the mountain, corner of the mountain out to the road. So we're going to fence this property in so you don't have access to it. So let me come over here. Now we're going to go to, let me close some of the stuff I don't need open. Area 2 we're working on. So now we need to work on our invisibility node. We need stuff to disappear as this builds. And I probably opened up a bad one. So let me close the smokehouse and grab something that's going to be a little bit easier to work with. This one. I want to grab a section of fence. And I'm going to change it. I'm going to go edit cut. I'm going to put it in this invisibility node. And we're going to get it about lined up with our property line. There we go. I'm going to take it to the mountain. And we're going to, this is not going to be a permanent fence, so I don't have to be really picky on where it falls. It's just a construction barrier that keeps you out of this piece of property until you buy it and then build it. So we'll take it out to the road. Yeah, making the map, making 80% of the map buildable is really slowing down on how quickly this map is going to get finished, because it almost takes just as long to make the property build than it actually does to build this section of the map. Alright, so let's take you to 0, push you up to about there, and then we'll continue. We will fence the rest of this property, and I'll probably do it from this side of the road though. Now, I'm not going to make this an expensive build, but just enough to give you a little bit of work to do when you buy the property. We're getting there. How much further over we'll go. I'm going to leave a little bit of grass between this field and the next piece of property. So I'll go, but even if I have to come in here and repaint in a little bit of the farmland. So let's take you back. So bring you here, and we'll take you straight back to the mountain. And we got a little bit of grass to paint in that I missed. Now it's going to make it tough to do missions on because you won't have access to this property and it's going to be filled with rocks and you won't be able to come in here and harvest anything. So that's the only thing I haven't figured out yet is the workaround for contracts and missions. So if it whatever this field is, 12, 13, if it gives you a mission, you're not going to be able to do it because you won't have access to the field. Take this straight back to the mountain. And I could even bury it in the mountain just so you don't have access to this piece of property. Alright, so that's going to be our construction barrier for this piece of property. We're going to need a couple of signs. So I'm going to take this fence, I'm going to duplicate it one more time. I'm just going to pull it out a hair from the other fence. Now I'm going to do a quick save and grab a sip of coffee. And we'll make a couple of signs. And we'll look at our... let me see if I can find my notes for Area 1. Let's see if I can make this build the same as I'm building Area 1. Yep, here we go. Area 1, we're using grass seed, greenery, clean fill, and water, and it's 100,000 liters each. So we're just going to mimic Area 1 for when we go to build Area 2. Alright, so I'll minimize this a minute. I'm going to go into my map folder. I'm going to go into signs. And these I'm done with. I can delete them. We're going to take our blank sign. And I'm going to make two more. Ritchie Valley. Come on. Signs. So you're going to be open area 2. And then I'm going to go file, export, and I'm going to go build area 2. So I need two more signs. And come up to our textures. We're going to find the ones for area 1. So sign build area 1. I'm going to open that one. And we are going to go, I'm going to grab a little white strip. We're going to cover up area 1. And we're going to go color picker, I don't care, blue. And we're going to go here, and we're going to go, it's about like 24, I think. We're going to go area 2. Oop, if I can spell. We're going to go area 2. And we're going to go file. Save as, and we're going to call it build area 2. And then we're going to find open area 2, or open area 1. And then we're going to do the same thing. I'm going to, oh, come on. Cover that up, and we're going to go a little bit bigger on our font. I think it's like 28 on this one. We're going to go area 2. Oh, probably a little bit bigger. Is it like 36 maybe? It is. So to open area 2, go to the construction office. So we're going to go file, save as, and we're going to call this area 2. And then I'm going to come back here. And we have to call this one sign build area 2. And then we grab this one. And we go sign open area 2. Now these should have the new writing on them. Yep, that one's good. Let's look at this one. Yep, that one's good. Alright, so now we come back in game. And we go File, Import, and we grab the Open Area 2 sign. And I'm going to throw it in that transform group. Area 2, so we're going to go Edit, Cut, Invisibility, Paste, because I want it to disappear once this builds. And we're going to throw the sign on this fence. And we just pull it out a little bit. Alright, so if you want to open up area 2, you got to go to the construction office. So we go back to the construction office. And we come over here. Now I need a couple more things that are going to disappear when the map builds. So let me scroll up. And we're going to open up, oh, this is already open, perfect. So I'm going to grab a stand. So I'm going to duplicate that. And we're going to come down to R, we're going to go Edit, Cut, and Paste. And we're going to put our stand over here. And I'm going to turn it this way. And we're going to push it back and over. I'm thinking I can fit it in this driveway. If not, we'll move it. And then we go File, Import, and Build Area 2. So we need our new sign. Close that so I don't have to scroll as much. So we come up here and we go Edit, Cut, and Paste, and we throw our sign here. Down on my speed a little bit. There we go, that's better. So we grab our sign, we'll throw it here. And we'll get it in place. There we go. So to open Area 2, deliver 100,000 liters each of clean filled grass, seed, water, and greenery. So now I need a warning stripes. Now we'll throw my warning stripes in. Yeah, I'm gonna have to move this. Yeah, all right. I'm gonna make myself a little bit more room. So I'm gonna take. Did I not move this sign into the right transform group? Am I in the wrong transform group? I'm just having one of those days. Where are you? Okay, so you're in the right transform group, right? Area 2? Area 2, you're in the correct transform group. You're this... How did you end up way up there? You should be below all of these fences. Alright, we're going to have to move that. Let me try that again. Where's my other sign? I'm really confused. That shouldn't be there. There's my other sign that's on the other fence. This sign should not have jumped way up here. Hang on, I gotta go check something. I gotta make sure I didn't double up all these fences. I got some weird shit going on in the editor. The last couple days, ever since Giants updates 2 days ago, I've had some really weird shit going on in the editor. Are you doubled? You're not. Okay. You're just in the wrong spot. I'm going to go Edit, Cut, and Paste. Alright. Yeah, that's like really, really weird. I've had some like really weird stuff happening. So if it's not in the right spot in the transform group, it doesn't build properly. Alright, so I'm actually going to move this way. And I'm going to move it down a little bit. And then I need this sign, but I'm going to move it up one slot. And we're going to go, wrong one, 0. So let's get you put back. There we go. Now let's grab our warning stripes. I can spin them back this way. And let's get our warning stripes in over here. And now I need exact fill route. So I'm going to duplicate that, move it to this transform group. And we're going to throw you here. And we're going to grab a palette trigger from here. Palette trigger. Duplicate that. I'm going to throw that down here. So we have our palette trigger. And then I need a player trigger. So I need a player trigger. Last one, this guy. So let me duplicate that. And we go edit, cut, invisibility, edit, paste. And then it's going to go here, but down to earth. And that's going to tell you what you need to build that area with. Now, I need, so let me close a couple things. I'm done with the oil well transform group. So let me find area 1, because I need a camera. So I'm going to duplicate the camera. I'm going to throw it into area 2. And just want to get this camera into place. I don't need to be fussy with it because it's only used to build this area with. So I just need to get it spun around and facing the sign, basically. Alright, so that is going to be, so our invisibility group is done. So this, or our visibility group is done. So this will build, everything in green will build with the area. Let me just fly over here and double check this. So all of your trees will build with the property. Now my invisibility node, so the fence will disappear, my signs will disappear, all of my triggers will disappear, and we'll end up with this house here when we're done. So I'm going to take area 2. I need to come over here and I need to put a couple, we need to get our 4 user attributes in. So I'm going to, first one is a string. Second one is a script callback. Third one is a string. And then the last one is a float. Now, if this is going to be farmland, let me go back to my farmland. So we're building it fields 12 and 13, so it's farmland 32. So that I need 32 there. This is going to be area 2. Yep, area 2. I'm going to come up here to area 1. I'm going to steal this command and I'm going to put it here. I'll go back up to area 1 and I'm going to steal this command. Now we're going to put it here, but we have to change 1 to 2. So those are all of our user attributes in place. So I'm going to save the map. We're going to go to our 110. We're going to duplicate area 1, if I can find it. Okay, we're going to grab area 1. And we're going to paste it back in. And we're going to change area 1 to area 2. So this is going to be area 2. This one is going to be area 2. So let me save that. So that's our 110 fixed. Then we're going to grab Ritchie Valley, Placeables, Global Company. We're going to grab area 1. We're going to copy it, paste it back in. We're going to rename it area 2. So we're going to open this one up, and we're going to change all of area 1 to area 2. Now, since it's the same as area 1, my invisibility didn't change, my visibility didn't change, but I'll double check to make sure no, our visibility is first, invisibility is second. So that hasn't changed. Our camera hasn't changed. But what did change is where our triggers are. So now we come down to area 2, to our invisibility. And my exact fill route is now number 84. So this goes down to 84, which means my palette trigger is now 85 and my player trigger is 86. So 84, 85, and 86. So that fixes our XML, that fixes our 110, and our map is saved. So we're going to go in game, and we're going to see if this area is going to build like I want it to build, and if we don't have any Lua errors. So we're going to start, we're going to delete save game 8. Let's start a new save game. And then we're going to test this area to make sure it builds properly. Oh, no, I know what I forgot. We have to get out of here. I forgot the rocks. You can't have access to this area until after it builds. So let this load. I'm going to quit out and we're going to go back into the editor. We've got to add a couple rocks in. And then we can test this area. So let me just quit right out of here. Getting ahead of myself. Yeah, it's been one of those days where everything I touch either goes to shit or takes me 5 times to get one thing done. So let's come back into here. I got to put some big boulders in the field so you don't have access to it. So you can't teleport in and steal the crop and teleport back out. So we're going to grab a couple of these big rocks. So I'm going to duplicate that one. I got to move it down to area 2, but invisibility. Because I want them to disappear. I want them to disappear when this area builds. So we are going to cover this area up so you can't come in here and steal the crop. And these don't have to be pretty because they're gonna disappear when this area builds. But I want to cover a good portion of it up so you can't steal the crop. And it does work without throwing any Lua errors, and it doesn't leave any collisions behind because I've already tested these. So no crop stealing until you buy it and build it. And then these will disappear when the property builds. Alright, now we can save it again and test it. Hope everyone's doing well this weekend. I'm going to try and get a couple placeable factories out at some point tonight or tomorrow that'll finish up the basics. So we're going to get the concrete plant, the power cell plant, stone processing, and textile mill. Either 2 of those or 4 of those out this weekend. I'll probably do 2 this weekend, 2 next weekend, and then that'll finish up all the basic factories. I just have to get them on Trello and get them released. Alright, so let's try this again. Let's jump back in map and let's make sure this area is going to build, and then we have no issues with like hired help or a plow in the field with any weird collisions left with the rocks that were in the field. Richard Farm Inc. Hello. Hope you're having a good weekend. Did I miss one? I did. Omri101. I apologize if you're still in here. I missed your name. Yeah, I'm just having one of those days today where it takes me like 3 times to get one thing done. Alright, I'm going to, before we jump in here, I want to make sure there's no obvious Lua errors in the log with Area 2, the one that we just built. And there's no Lua errors for Area 2. So now we can come in here and test this. So the first thing we're going to do is grab some cash. I'm going to grab some speed. Oh, it's okay. Yeah, I do apologize if I missed your name. I usually try and catch everything in chat, but it's been one of those days. Alright, let's grab a truck. And let's drive down to our new area to make sure we don't have access to it. Oh, one thing I wanted to do this morning, and I completely forgot, I wanted to make this sidewalk skinnier. So now if we go down to Area 2, Alright, I see the construction barrier, so that means my visibility nodes are working. We'll make sure the collision on the fence is working. Alright, cool. You can't get into that property until you buy it and build it. So that's going to be fields 12 and 13. So I'm going to park my truck here. So, and then the sign's going to tell you if you want to open area 2, go to the construction office. So let's grab another truck. We're going to leave this one parked here. Because I want to be able to tab from truck to truck. So now we're going to go down to the construction office. So to my right is the real estate office, the construction office, and express personnel. So we come back here, we find the piece of property that we want to build. And you don't have to build these in any particular order. So whatever piece of property, whatever piece you want to build first is up to you. But I'm going to spin around so we can face our property, so we can actually watch it build. So I'm just going to park my truck about here. Alright, so we're going to jump in the map, and I want to buy area 2, which is, alright, 955. Ooh, why is that so expensive? I'm going to drop the price on that property a little bit, because I forgot a good chunk of it's the mountain. So I'm going to lower that price a little bit. So let's buy it for now. Now that we own it, I should get a trigger here, and it's going to tell me to open up that area. I need to deliver 100,000 liters of clean fill, water, grass seed, and greenery. Now, just for testing purposes, we're going to buy them. And you will not be able to buy them when the map's released. I'm just doing this for testing. Just so I don't have to deliver all this stuff. And it doesn't take me 6 hours to test one little piece of property. Alright, so the project went active. So we are going to, I'm going to go up to 120 speed for a couple minutes. And then our house is going to build the same time that our construction barrier goes away and our rocks go away. So all of that happens at the same time. So I'm going to go to 2000 speed, and you see our construction barrier disappearing. And oop, I got tab to trains on. Let me turn tab to trains off. Oop, wrong one. Turn tab to trains off. Alright, so our house is going to build here the same time our construction barrier goes away. So construction barrier keeps going away, house keeps building. Our trees are coming in on our property. So our trees are coming in on the property, our rocks are disappearing. Now if I turned weeds off, then we wouldn't have had any problems, but I'm just going to roll till the morning. So this property is now completely built. And this property is completely built. I'm just going to roll through the morning and then go back to 1 speed. And of course we're going to get a cloudy day. Alright, so we're going to roll to 1. Let me go down to 1 speed. So if you come up, once you build everything on the map, this whole area turns into a housing development. And you don't have to build these in any particular order. It's just whatever you decide to build on the map first. So as you build your map, this area turns into all your signs go away, and this becomes a housing development. Now if we come down here, this crop, I know it's got weeds in it, so you're still growing. You are ready to harvest. I want to just make sure there are no issues with those boulders going away. There's no like invisible weird collisions left behind. So we're going to grab a harvester and we're going to grab a header. And let's get you open. I'm going to set a worker off. I know we've got crop destruction and stuff on, but that's alright. We're not saving this save game. Let's get you folded up. Alright, let's make sure we can hire a worker. There's no issues with those rocks disappearing. So let me jump out of you, and I'm going to grab a tractor and a plow. And we'll make sure there's no issues with hired help and weird collisions. I will throw you in this field. Get you spun around. And make sure there's no weird crap going on with those rocks spawning out of the map. So no issues with hired help. They're going to work just fine. So that's how you're going to have to buy and build your properties. Now let's unhire you. You're not going to have any problems. Let's unhire you. Let's get out of here. We know everything's building properly. We know everything is working properly. We can move on to the next area of the map. I just want to make sure there's no weird Lua errors that we have to fix before we move on to the next section. Driving dust, which is a giant's issue. And then this is a problem with the harvester that has to be fixed. So there's no issues at all with the map. So area 2 I can close, that I can close, that I can close. So now we can move on to the next section of the map, which is the area between this field and the bridge, and this is going to be one farmland. Oh, I wanted to drop the price of that last farmland a little bit. Let me do that before I forget. Alright. Now, let's get this section done. Now, in this section, I think I'm going to put in one square field, so we'll get field 14 in, and I'm going to put in a bunch of trees. So it's part of a field and part of a forest. So let's get rid of the grass that's going to be in the field first. And then we'll get our field put in. I swear I saw another piece of grass in here. Yeah, over here. So let's get rid of the rest of this grass. Alright, now let's get our field cut in. Oh, a little bit more grass. All that's going to be in the middle of the field, so let's just get rid of it for now. Alright, let's get this field cut in. Now I want to line this field up with the last field. So if you decide to plow them together into one field, you already have a straight line to start with. So I'm going to go off of here. I'm going to get the edge of my field defined into the next property. And I'll come back in here and we'll just erase. We'll get it erased once I figure out exactly where I want to start my field. So that lines us up perfectly even with that field. So we'll go that way to the road, but where do I want to start this field? I want to start this field somewhere about here. Oh, hang on. Wrong one. This one. I want to start this field somewhere about here. Going back that way. Now this I can all erase. And that squares my field up to my last field. And I just erase this. And then you could just plow the two of them together if you want. So let's go down and let's go down this direction first. Yeah, I definitely don't like this mouse. So hard to see when I'm zoomed out because it blurs and bleeds. And when I'm zoomed in, you can't get a lot done. Alright, so how far? I don't want to go too close to the corners. I want to leave room for your combines and stuff to turn around. So I think I'm going to end it there. Yeah, that's close enough to the corner. Let's take you back to the mountain. And then again, we're going to make this one buildable, and this will be area 3. So you won't have access to this area either until you buy it and build it. Oop, too far. Actually, this is going to be a little bit bigger field than I thought. I may cut this field in half. We'll see. We'll see what it looks like once we get it in. Nah, it should be a decent sized field. So we'll get you out close to the road. What time is it? It's about 2:30. I don't know how much longer the house is going to stay quiet. I don't know how much longer I'm going to have the Wi-Fi to myself. So I'll just let y'all know now that when the family gets home, I'm going to have to jump off of the live stream. Because when they get home, there's going to be like, I'm the farthest away from the router, and I'm not hardwired because the router is on the second floor, front of the house, or back of the house. I'm on the first floor, front of the house, so I'm the furthest away from the wireless router because I'm currently living in my sister's spare room waiting for my disability case. But as soon as the family gets back home, they have smartphones and smartwatches and tablets and all that crap. And as soon as they get home, there's like 6 or 8 devices that are going to connect to the Wi-Fi. And I'm last on the list because I'm furthest away. So 90% of the time when the family's home on the weekend, I cannot stream. So I will go until they get home, and then I'm going to have to jump off. I don't know what their plans are tomorrow, so I don't know if anybody's going to be home tomorrow or not. But today's one of those rare occasions where I can actually stream on a Saturday. Alright, let's clean up this corner. I'm going to go down on my square. There we go. Get that corner nice and square, and then we'll fill this in. Yeah, this will be a nice field. I'm not going to cut it in half. This will be a nice size field. Oh, dog's getting restless, so they may be getting close to home. He usually knows when they're coming home, about 10 or 15 minutes before they get here. I can hear him stirring, and he's been quiet. So it looks like I still have a couple pieces of grass in the field I missed, so let's get the rest of the field painted in, and then we'll get the rest of the grass out of the field. So let's go back to grass, back to subtract, get you out of the field, make sure I didn't miss any more. So that's going to be this field. This is going to end up being field 14. So let's come up here to our fields. Let's turn our render fields on so we can see our field markers. We're going to go field 13, duplicate it, we'll number it field 14. We're going to throw our field marker in the middle of the field. Then we'll grab corner 1 and slide corner 1 in place. Turn my speed down a little bit. So let's grab corner 1. So there's corner 1. So now we go to corner 2. And we will pull this corner out to here. And we'll go corner 3. And we'll pull this corner up and out. So our field, so the map knows where to render our field in. Alright, so how does that look? That looks pretty good. Do I need to adjust you at all? Maybe a little bit. So let's pull you out a little bit more. Alright, so that's going to be our field 14. And then I can turn our script back off. So that's field 14. Alright, before I paint the grass in, I'm going to do another quick save. Oh, my coffee cup is empty. This is not good. I may take a quick 5 to get a fresh cup of coffee. Yeah, while this is saving, just bear with me. I'm going to throw you all and be right back. I'm going to grab a fresh cup of coffee. Give me about 4 or 5 minutes, I'll be back. Alright. I've got a few viewers hanging out with me. So let's try and get... so we got grass to paint now. My favorite chore in the entire world. So let's get the field edge done first, then we'll do the road edge. So let's go back to grass. Am I on square? I'm on square. Let's take the brush down a little bit. And we'll get grass painted around our field. I like to do it as I go rather than at the very end, because at the very end I'm not spending 2 weeks just painting grass. So I like to completely finish one section of the map and then move on to the next section. So I paint my grass as I go. Some map authors wait till the very end to do all their grass at the same time. To me, it's the most annoying chore in the map build, so I like to do it as I go, so it's not a week of torture towards the end of the build. Because it is torture. A little bit too far. Let me pull some off of that corner. How close to the edge of the field did I get? Not too bad. A little bit more up here on this end. Yeah, I didn't go quite in far enough. Alright, so that's that section done. Let's work our way back and get this edge done. And then we'll figure out what I want to do with the foresty bit after we get the grass around this edge of the field. And oh, we got along the road to do. I'm hoping I had my road underpainted. I forgot to check. I usually underpaint all my roads with gravel. And I don't know if I had the road underpainted with gravel or not, so I'll check when I go back. Back off a little bit right there, and we'll come back across. Alright, good. Now we'll come down this side of the field. Queen Chris, welcome back. Thank you for stopping in. Thanks for stopping in, saying hello. Appreciate everybody hanging out today on my rare Saturday stream. It's rare that I get the house to myself on a Saturday. Well, let me rephrase that. It's rare that I get the Wi-Fi to myself on the weekend. That's the better terminology. Alright, so we have, and then I'll just paint the fields together once we get a little bit closer. I do have my road underpainted. Good. Now I should have went a little bit further with my grass along here before I put my construction barrier up. So let's Try and paint this in the shadows without getting it on the road. And then we'll just come back and paint the area between the fields. I just want to get this road edge done. Yeah, there we go. Nice square edge along the road. And then once we get this section done and we get the barriers up and we get this section working and so it builds fine, then we're 3/4 of the way around the mountain, between the mountain and the canal. There's only one section left on the other side of the mountain. That section is going to take us a little bit longer because I want to build a church, I want to build a couple soccer fields, I want to build a basketball court, a little open air, like a farmer's market, but not like a formal farmer's market, more of like an informal farmer's market. And did I get a little bit on the road, but not too bad? Let me fix this last little bit right here. Let me back off a little bit right there. All right. So let's work our way down the road and I'll fill in the center bits. Come on. I will definitely be on Amazon tonight looking for a new wireless mouse. Because I use the wireless mouse and keyboard, which sucks because I'm going to have to buy a wire. I can't buy just a wireless mouse. I'm going to have to buy the wireless mouse and keyboard. Because when my back's killing me, and I lay in bed at night and I can play Farm Sim because I use my wireless mouse, keyboard, and then my Xbox One control cord is long enough where it reaches from my tower to the bed. And then I have an HDMI splitter, so I can redirect my monitor to the TV, which allows me to lay in bed and play at night. And with my wireless mouse taking a crap, I'm not going to be able to lay in bed and play until I get a new wireless mouse. So I will be on Amazon after stream pricing a new wireless mouse and keyboard. Alright, so that takes care of it. Let me just scroll along here. Make sure I didn't miss any grass. I know we still have the area between the fields to paint. Alright, yep, so we just have this section to paint in. Between the fields. Going back that way. Towards the mountain. So that gets me up to the mountain and around the field. So now, this is going to be forest. Or do I want to do... Actually, what I'm going to do is we're going to leave just the one field in this farmland. I'm going to come up past the field and we're going to do a part of it a grass meadow. And then I'm going to continue the trees down about halfway. So it'll be a small section of forest, a small section of meadow and one field in this farmland. Now, I'm not going to put the forest ground down. I'm just going to put all grass down. This way, when you cut the trees, you'll have a bigger meadow. So what we're going to do is we're just going to continue grass all the way down to the bridge. And we're going to finish up this entire section just with grass. And we'll come back, we'll paint along the mountain, and we'll just fill this area in with just all grass. Oh, see, when I click this, it doesn't even take the first time. I gotta click like 2 or 3 times to turn off what I want off and on what I want on. It's driving me nuts. So this spare mouse, I absolutely hate. Take you down to the bridge. Yeah, I hate buying stuff online. I'd rather go to and I hate Walmart with a passion. So I only go to Walmart if I absolutely have to. So I absolutely hate Walmart. Hate it with a passion. And I hate buying stuff online because I like to, you know, look at it and touch it and all that happy stuff. Play with it if I can. But from where I live, I love Best Buy. I usually buy all my electronics and computer parts at Best Buy, but the closest Best Buy is an hour away. And my car is a piece of crap, so I can't drive to Best Buy. So I'm going to have to look on Amazon tonight and on BestBuy.com tonight and see if I can find myself a new wireless mouse and keyboard. So I'll spend a couple hours reading the reviews and looking at them. All right, let's raise this mountain up a little bit so it makes more sense. It was kind of flat there, so let's raise this up a little bit more so it blends in a little bit better to here. All right, that's going to make a little bit more sense. Now we can grab our Cliff Rock Dark. We can bring our dark color over along the base of the mountain and blend it into where it needs to go. Alright, so that looks better. So that's going to be our border. Now, where did I end the grass? And I'm going to have these weird shadows again because of the bridge. So let's go back to grass. Let's get our grass along the mountain. Work our way back towards the field. But yeah, I'd rather just run to Best Buy and grab a new wireless mouse and keyboard, but it's an hour away. And then I only go to Walmart if I absolutely have to and there's no other place to get it from. Alright, so take you around here. And we'll finish up next to the tree. So should be missing any more grass over here. Okay, we're not. So now we just got to fill in our grassy bits in the middle. I'm going to come back the other directions. It's easier for me to see it with the shadows. It's easier for me to paint grass going in this direction than it is painting the grass coming back from the other direction. But yeah, we're still a good maybe 3, 4, 5 months away from this map being done because, like I said, I'm making 80 to 85% of it buildable, and that's the part that's really slowing down the build, is putting all the extra bits in to make it buyable and buildable. But you should be tired of playing my other maps by the time this one's ready to be released. I'll even be tired of my other maps by the time this one's ready to be released. Alright, so that gives us a nice grass meadow. Now we're going to figure out where I want to put my trees. So next up, come down here a minute, and I'm going to do another save. Did it not hit? Did I not hit save? There's no, okay, I was going to say there's no way to save that quick. Alright, so that is done saving. So now we come back to our global company area, and we take our empty transform group. I'm going to duplicate it a couple times so I have some spares. So now we're going to go area 3. And then we'll take one of these transform groups, we'll go edit, cut, we'll put it inside of this one. And we'll go edit, interactive placement, and just anywhere in the farmland is fine. And it's going to be area 3. So we take another transform group, we put it inside of that one. And I'll duplicate it. First one is visibility. Second one is invisibility. Alright, now we're going to make our trees come in just like we did on the last piece of property. So we're going to take this same tree, if I can get it. Alright, we're going to take the same tree. I'm going to duplicate it, but I got to move it into my other transform group. So area 3, we're going to go edit, cut, visibility, paste. And then I'm going to go edit, and it's going to go about here. Now I just want to make sure I'm away from my power lines a little bit. So I'll pull it back a little bit. Now I'm going to line these trees all the way around the property. About across from the other street from the other trees is just eyeballing it as close as I can get. Now I've got power lines over here to deal with. So if I put this one here, it's going to be right in the middle of the power lines. I don't want to do this. I'm going to slide it down. So they're not going to match on the corner, but that's all right. And I'm going to take this guy. I'm going to try and get him lined up as close to this one as I can. So I have a straight line coming back. And we'll just space them. All the way down to the bridge. And these are our decorative trees. You can cut them down if you want, but I leave them in when I play. I don't like cutting the decorative trees down. I don't mind cutting the forest down, but I like leaving the decorative trees in. Alright, so we're close to that one. You're closer to the road than the rest of them. I'm going to leave it there. I'm going to leave that little bit of a gap. So, what I wanted to do, I forgot to do. Let's paint our bushy bits along the mountain first. And then we'll get the trees, decorative trees along the mountain. So let's go forest grass. And let me get my bushy bits in along the mountain. And then we'll get the decorative trees along the mountain, and then we'll get the forest trees in. I like putting these in because it breaks up the transition between the two textures. Uh-oh, family's home. So I don't know how quickly I'm going to lose the Wi-Fi. Oh, nope, it's the ice cream man. Alright, so now let's get our decorative trees along the mountain. So I'm going to duplicate this guy. We're going to duplicate him, and we're going to have to move him into the other visibility node. Area 3. So we go edit, cut, area 3, and paste. And then we're going to line these up along the mountain, and then we'll finish up this area. It won't take much longer to finish this area up. Come along here. There we go. I call these the decorative trees. Now I'm going to put in a small foresty area as well, since it's all the same farmland. So we're going to come down here. I'm going to grab spruce stage 5. Duplicate that, and I'm going to come up here to my visibility node. Let's drop it into here. And there is our bigger foresty type trees. Now I'm going to bring these out. I don't know how far, so we're just going to wing it, and we'll get some of our foresty trees in here. So when you buy this piece of property, you'll have one field, a little bit of meadow, a little bit of trees to cut. So you can cut the grass, make yourself some silage, sell the silage, or stick an animal pen down. Come over here. Heck, you can even put take that grass meadow, put a lumber mill down. Get yourself started on some lumber. Get your mill up and running. And if anybody's wondering how you make the tree free floating with your mouse, click on it so it's highlighted green, then go Control B, the letter B as in boy, and then click your mouse at the exact same time that you're going Control B, and then it makes it free floating where you can just stick them where you want them. And I'm just hitting the Shift key every time I want to put a new tree down. And that's how you make your anything free floating. You can duplicate anything that way. So how far do I want to come out? How much grass do I want to leave, and how much more trees do I want to bring in? Alright, let's go a little bit further, just out to this other decorative tree. So Control B, click at the same time, and then just hold your left mouse button down. And then Shift will drop them into place. Yeah, so I want to come out to about there. So every time you want a tree, just hit Shift. You can spread them out as thin as you want, as thick as you want. I want this to be a little bit thicker. I want you to earn some cash. Or, like I said, throw your sawmill down and start making some lumber products. And I'm going to call that good. So let's come back down to earth and see what it looks like. So we'll have our foresty bits, you'll have your grass meadowy bit in your field. I like that. Let's paint the farmland in. So let's come over here to the edge of the road. Alright, I'm going to do another quick save before we go any further. Alright, so while this is saving, we're going to bring up our farmland ID. So the next one, and this is just my personal note, so in case I have to go back and repaint anything, I know exactly where it is on the map. This is going to be area 3, field 14 area. So I'm going to turn this one on. I'm going to drop the price a little bit because part of it's going to be the mountain. So part of the land is useless. So it's going to be farmland number 33. And it's going to be bit 0 and 5. So I come down to my... And it never clicks the first time, so I always click off of it, click back on. So 0 and 5, number 33, and that's the layer I wanted to paint, right? Number 33. Yep, it matches. Now hit my blue paintbrush, and I'll make my... I'm actually going to go to square. And we're going to... This one I'm going to zoom in a little bit, and I'm going to paint this one a little bit more careful, because it borders 4 other properties, and I want my line to be nice and straight. So now we come back and we paint a straight line between our properties, right up to the road. So that's why I overpaint the previous property, so I can, my next piece of property I can make nice and straight and define the area. So let's border this property all the way back. I don't have to be pretty on the mountain, but I need to be pretty when I border this area. Up to the mountain. And then I can be ugly on the mountain. Alright, so that's that edge that borders that piece of property. Let's get a nice clean edge along the road. I'll take my time a little bit putting this farmland in. Come over here, I'll try and butt up nice and square in this corner along the road. I'm going to take my brush size down just till I get this corner done. Alright, now we can come along the road till we meet our other piece of property under the bridge. I probably should have painted this in before I put those trees in. But we'll zoom out and the trees will fade away. And I'll get a nice straight edge up against the next farmland. So I'm going to end you there for a minute. So let's come over here to where our properties border each other. And I'm going to zoom out a bit and try and get, here, a nice straight line. Actually, I'm going to take this property up to the bridge. So let's get a nice square area. Let's get a nice straight line up to the bridge. And then that's going to border the property. And then I don't have to be nice, I don't have to be pretty on the mountain. So fill this in, make sure I don't miss any little squares. Alright, now I'm going to now I can zoom out and just fill this in. So let me go to round. And now we can, like I said, I don't have to be pretty on the mountain, but somebody has to own the parts of the mountain. It's a useless piece of property. That's why I dropped the price down a little bit. When you buy this, it's not as expensive. And let's get the rest of this farmland painted in. And I'm going to come over here a little bit closer so I don't miss any little squares. If you miss one little square like that, and you go in game, it throws a Lua error, a farmland Lua error. So you just got to make sure you don't miss any little squares like that one. Alright, so that's going to be the farmland for this piece of property. We have all of our trees are on the property. They're all going to spawn in because they're in the visibility node. So when we build this property, all the trees will spawn in. We got a couple more things to do in the visibility node before we start the invisibility node. So let's come over here to our, I'm going to grab one of these houses. Now we'll fly over to my staging area and we'll grab another house from over there. Actually, no, I'm just going to use the red house. I haven't used, where's the red house? Let me use a house I haven't used in a while. Let me grab the yellow house. So grab a yellow house. Let me duplicate that. And we'll move it down here to area 3. I'm going to go edit, cut, visibility, paste. So that's our house for this piece of property. And let's get it lined up. So I'm going to line it up with this house so they're about even. And we'll pull it back. So there's going to be the house for this next piece of property. And at the end of this road, I may do one more house. Actually, I'm going to take this one a little bit closer. So I want room for one more house when we come up the end of this road. So let's leave you about there. Let's come back over here. We'll steal a garage. Do I want the double garage or do I want the single garage? Now let's grab the same single garage. So let's duplicate that. And we'll bring it down to area 3. Yeah, area 3 visibility. So edit, cut, and paste. And we'll get a garage for this house. And I'm going to push this garage back a little bit. Oh, that'll work. Let me take it, let me square it up. There, it looks better. So there is the garage for this property. And that gives me room to come in here and put one more house in for our next buildable area. So let's get, I'm going to make the driveway a little bit wider because I have to put all the working parts in it. So let's go back to square. let's go back to concrete. Driveway don't need to be that big. Let's get our let's get our driveway in. We'll bring that out to the road. Oh, come on. Alright, so there's going to be our driveway. Let's get a little bit of a sidewalk heading over this way. I'm sure you have a back door. You do. So let's get a little bit of a patio over here. Let's actually grab you. What do I have over here? Let's grab a canopy. So duplicate that and then move it down to this visibility node, and we'll grab a wood stack. And we'll come down here to area 3. That works. So you can have canopy, so you can barbecue, and then we'll grab our wood stack, throw it out here behind the garage. So you can burn your fireplace. And then we'll get a fence in for this house. So let's grab, are you an open end or are you a closed end? You're an open end, so let's duplicate you. But I gotta move it down to this visibility node. And I'm gonna stick it back over here and I gotta get it lined back up. So let's go to 0. Alright, hang on, I gotta slow my speed down. Oh, still too fast. Alright, that's better. So let's get you lined up. Alright, that'll work. So we'll bring you back to the house. Let's stretch you out a little bit. That'll work. So it closes in the gap to that neighbor. And we got to come back to this visibility group where this fence is, because I need a closed section. So let's grab this closed section. I'm going to duplicate it, and I'm going to move it back down to area 3. Throw it into that visibility group. Now I'm going to get it lined up with this fence. So it's about the same height. That'll work. Now we take our clicked off of it. Bait house I can close. Oil well we can close. Area 2 for now I'm going to close. Alright, area 3. So we're in the right transform group. I'll come down here, grab my closed section of fence, and we'll come over on this side of the house. And we're just going to go 1 fence length. Like so. Actually, I'm not going to put that one in place quite yet. It's going to leave it over there for a minute. Let's grab our open section. And let's duplicate that and let's bring that back here. There we go. Now let's bring this over. Now we'll get this yard. And I'm using the same fence because I want this to look like the entire neighborhood was built at the same time by the same builder. So this same fence ties this whole neighborhood together. And let me go one more. Yeah, perfect. Now let's bring you this way. And we'll get you lined up with the edge. And you can start coming back. And I may not even need that closed section. Yeah, we're not going to need that closed section. I can delete it. And then we'll come down here. We'll duplicate you one more time. Spin you back this way. Let's bring you to the end. We'll take you in. And then this section I won't need. So that closes in this piece of property. Let me get a little bit of speed. Let's come up here and let's see what I want to steal. Let's throw in a like a tanker or something sitting in the driveway. So let's duplicate that and we'll bring it down to our visibility group, area 3. Alright, and then we'll come back down to our construction site. See, it's already starting to look like a housing development. And we'll go edit, interactive placement, bam. So we'll put this guy sitting here in the driveway. Slow my speed back down. We'll pull him up so he's not sitting in the ground. Alright. Now let's get our grass painted in. So let's go back to grass. Back to stage 4. And let's get some grass painted in for this yard. Tie it in with the next yard before it. I'm not going to paint a lot of grass going this way because we're going to put one more house there for the next piece of property we build. So I'm not going to worry about a lot of grass until we get that last house in. But we'll just fill the backyard in a little bit. So there's a little bit of grass for this house. Like I said, we'll finish the next yard with the next piece of property. So, hang on, a little bit of a bald spot. Let me just fill that in real quick. All right. So now we need a tree or two for this piece of property. Actually, yeah, we're going to need Alright, I know what I want to do. Let's grab... let me come down here. Let's grab a... Where am I at? My staging area. Let's grab a maple. I'm going to duplicate that. Come up here. This is a big visibility node because all those trees have to build. So we'll go edit, cut, and paste. And we'll throw... Oh, you're supposed to be a maple, not a... Delete you. You're not the tree I wanted. Where's my maple? Right there. Duplicate you. Where did my maple go? Am I gonna have like a weird maple floating somewhere in the middle of nowhere? I haven't... Hang on. Why do I have a maple showing there? I've got some weird shit going on with the editor. Ever since the freaking... Yeah. Ever since the Giants update 2 days ago, I've had just a lot of weird shit going on. Delete you. A lot of weird shit going on with the editor. Alright, so let's come back down here to the end of this visibility group. Alright, so where are you? You're not even in my visibility group. Let's try that again. So edit, cut, visibility, paste. That's what I wanted. That was weird. But I'm going to make you smaller because you're too big. So let's go like 0.5, 0.6, 0.5. You're going to be a better size. Yeah, you're going to be a better size. So let's throw you over here in the corner of the property. And then let's pull this same tree over in the front yard. Yeah, I like you. I'll go about there. So that's going to finish up our visibility. So everything that's going to build with this property. Streamlabs 11889 Dave, thank you for the follow. Thank you for stopping in, taking time out of your day and saying hello. It is much appreciated. Alright, so that's going to be everything in our visibility node. So let me scroll down and close some of the stuff I don't need open. So here's our visibility. So everything in green is going to build when you buy this piece of property and you build it. So everything in green there, and then everything in green on this piece of property. So that's our visibility node. So now we need to work on our invisibility node. We need to work on the stuff that's going to disappear when we build this piece of property. So the first thing I'm going to grab is a piece of fence. I'm going to duplicate it. I'm going to throw it in my invisibility node. So I'm going to edit, cut, invisibility, paste. And I'm going to throw it back here. Now, I know there's a fence there, but you're going to build these two pieces of property not at the same time. So I want to I have to fence this piece of property in also. So I'm just going to come back here. We're going to start along this fence, and we're going to work our way around the property with a construction barrier. So you cannot use this property until you buy it and build it. So let's work I'm going to work this fence. I'm going to have to stay zoomed in a little bit closer till I get to the road, or I'm not going to be able to see. And this doesn't have to be pretty, because when you buy this property and build it, it'll disappear. And again, if you're just joining me, disclaimer, I don't know how much longer I'm going to be able to stream. I usually cannot stream on Saturdays. It just depends on the Wi-Fi. And right now, I am home alone. And as soon as the family gets home, I'm going to lose the Wi-Fi. And I don't know how much longer they're going to be gone. So I'm expecting them home at any time. So as soon as they get home, I'm going to have to get out of here. And I don't know if I'm going to stream tomorrow. It just depends on if I get the Wi-Fi or not. I wish I could hardwire, but that'll happen as soon as I'm out of here and I have my own place. Alright, so there's our construction barrier coming up this side of the property. Now we can spin it and we can finish boxing in the rest of the property. And I think they just got home. Let me look out the window. Oh, nope, that's the neighbor. Safe for a little bit longer. Alright, let's get our construction barrier in. So we get this section done, and that's another small piece of the map done. We're getting there. So if I cannot stream tomorrow, I'll work on a whole bunch of boring bits that I've been putting off, like underpainting the rest of the roads, getting all the gravel painted in underneath the train tracks. Just a bunch of boring stuff I'll get done off camera. I've got a couple more sections of road to put in on the outer mountain. So boring stuff like that I'll try and get done off camera if I can't stream tomorrow. So you're not watching me underpaint gravel under the roads. Coming over close to the corner. So let's pull you out, push you this way. And again, it doesn't have to be perfect because it's just a construction barrier and it will go away when you buy and build this property. So let's bring you out and then push you back to -90. And then we'll just work our way down this edge of the property. And we're gonna try and keep an eye on chat. Y'all are quiet today. And once I get the fence in, I'm going to do another save before we finish everything we need for the invisibility group. As soon as we get the rest of this property fenced in. Now it's going to be a pain between the trees, but it is what it is. Probably should have put the fence in before I put the trees in, but I didn't think ahead. Yeah, like I said, I've had some really weird stuff going on with the editor ever since the update a couple days ago. I was in the editor, I was working, and all of a sudden I turned around to look at something and my water plane was gone. Just like out of the blue, my water plane was gone. And I started looking for it, and it jumped out of the transform group it was in, and it just appeared randomly in a building I built the day before. Do you make other mods than maps? If you go to, if any, 'cause I don't have a second monitor, so if anybody wants to type in !Facebook, that'll get you to our Facebook group. I post daily pictures, daily updates of everything I'm working on in there. Then you can go !maps, MAPS. That will get you to the Trello board. And on the Trello board are my 4 other maps and about 50 placeable factories that work only on my maps. They will not work on other maps. So the placeable factories that are on the Trello board will only work on my maps. But yeah, I make 4x maps, 16x maps, and it's saving out of the blue. I didn't even touch it, and it's saving. So I've got some weird shit going on with the editor. So yeah, if you go to the Trello board, !maps, MAPS, we'll get you the link to the Trello board. There's my homestead map on there, which is my version of No Man's Land. My Ritchieville map, my original 4x map, Extra Fruits production map, Ritchie Hollow Extra Fruit production map, and my 16x Islands map is on the Trello board, along with all the mods required to run the map with. We have our own animal pen pack, we have our own silo placeable pack, we have our own vehicle pack, we have our own placeable factories, But everything on there will only work on my maps. They will not work on anybody else's maps. So even our vehicles, if you go to use them on other maps, they're going to throw fill type errors because they were built specifically for my maps. So let me grab my phone. Let me go, if I go over here and I'll grab exclamation point Facebook, that'll get you to our Facebook group. Make sure you answer all the questions or you will not be accepted into the group. MAPS will get you to the Trello board, and that's where all the links to my maps and mods are. And exclamation point donate will get you to PayPal me if anybody wants to drop any donations in. Alright, let's get the rest of this fence in so we can get this property finished. Because I have a feeling, my gut is telling me the family's going to be home any minute now. And I'm going to have to get out of here. And I want to try and get this piece of property finished and working before I have to get out of here. Besides, I want to sit back and play a little bit today myself. So when I get out of here for the day, I am really going to get out of here for the day. I'm going to sit back and play Ritchieville for a couple hours. So I need to finish blocking this property off. And we have to come up to the bridge. And then I got to cut back in. So yeah, we got to go along the forest to the bridge. Yeah, I don't do any vehicle mods. Papa Smurf does all of my vehicle mods. I only do maps and factory placeables. So I couldn't even, if you're having a problem with a vehicle mod or need help with a vehicle mod, I'm not your guy. Vehicle mods and myself do not get along at all. So I don't do any of them. The only thing I'll do is I'll adjust speed, capacity, and fill type. That's about all I do with vehicles. Other than that, it is all Papa Smurf. Papa Smurf and Winston, they're my vehicle guys. Alright, so now I'm going to have to try and cut this back between the trees. So let's bring you up to the end. I'll turn you back in to 0. So 0, 0, 0. Now I'm going to have to carefully work my way in between the trees. Actually, what I can do, hold on a minute, I can take my node and I can turn it temporarily. Oh, what the heck? Oh, area 2, never mind, wrong one. Area 3, turn this guy's invisible for a couple minutes till I can get the rest of my fence in. Now I get the rest of my fence and I can make him visible again. Oh, we got a couple trees past the border, but that's alright. It gives me a little bit of room to see. all I need to do is block you off from coming into this piece of property. Hey, we're almost near the mountain. A couple more sections. I'm going to throw one more into the mountain, keep you out of this piece of property. Alright, now let's take our visibility group and make it visible again. There we go. And then we'll take... Now, we're going to need a sign for this piece of property. Now, where do I want to put it? I think I'm going to put it... it don't matter. Let's put it down here. Let's put it down here. So we're going to need to make a couple of signs next. So I'm going to take this piece of fence. I'm going to duplicate it. I'm going to pull it out away from the other fence a little bit. I am going to do a quick save. Omri 101, have a great day. I am assuming that you are out of here, so thank you for stopping in. Yeah, I'm not going to be on here too much longer myself. If the family's not home, I'll go about until this property's finished and tested, and then I'm going to get out of here. Alright, so this is saving. So I wasn't even expecting to be able to stream this long today. Alright, so that is saved. Got to come back here. We got to come back to Ritchie Valley and signs. I'm going to delete the couple that are in here. So we'll take our blank sign again. We'll open it up. And we'll go File, Export. We're going to go Open Area 3. I'm going to go File, Export. I'm going to say Build Area 3. So we close that. We find our textures. And we'll open this up. So to open Area 2, let me close this one and close this one. And then we're going to make our sign for Area 3 instead. So we'll cover that up. We will pick a different color. And we will go Area 3. And we have to bring our font down. I think it's like 26. There we go. Uh-oh. Let's go down a little more. 24. That works. So to open Area 3, deliver 100,000 liters each of the following. So I'm going to go File, Save As, and we're going to call this one Area 3. So that was to build Area 3. Now I need to open Area 3. So open Area 2. We'll do the same thing. We'll cover this over. And then we'll go text. I can go back up to like 36. And we'll go Area 3. So to open Area 3, go to the construction office. file, save as 3. Um, 11889 Dave, okay, thank you. You are more than welcome. Yeah, if you have any vehicle questions, join our Facebook group. You can reach out to Papa Smurf through our Facebook group, and you can reach out to Winston 9587 through our Facebook group as well. Alright, so that's going to be, so let's come back here. So we come over here to build area 3, and we change this to build area 3, and we change this one to oh, hang on, which one is this? This one's open. Okay, so we go sign open area 3. We save that. Now I like, before I import them into the map, I always check them to make sure I don't mess on up. Alright, so you're my sign. I see purple, so that one's good. And I see purple, so that one's good. Alright, so now we come back in here. We go File, Import, Open Area 3. And I'm going to scroll back up. And it's going to take me a little while because I got to go to the top of the visibility, to the Invisibility Node. We're going to go Edit, Cut, and Paste. I'm going to go Edit, Interactive Placement, put it here. Let's take it to 90. And let's pull it out a hair. So to open area 3, go to the construction office. That's going to let you in, give you the instructions of what you need to do to open this area. So now let's go back to the construction office. So we go back to the construction office, back to the area we were working in. So I'm going to come up here to this one. So the next thing I need is the sign. So I'm going to duplicate the sign, and we're going to go Edit, Cut, and Paste. And I'm going to stick it here, and it usually ends up in the sky. And we'll flip it around to 0. And we'll come back here, and we'll come over here like this. These signs will disappear when you build this area. So the only thing you'll have left are the houses. Alright, so let's go File, Import. Now to build area 3, I need this sign. And again, we'll scroll up. Why? I didn't touch anything, and everything moved. Like, I have no freaking idea where my sign just went. Like, I didn't touch anything. I got some weird shit going on with the editor, and I don't know why. Are you my sign? You are my sign. Like, I didn't touch a damn thing, and it just clicks and goes onto a mind of its own. So we're going to go Edit, Cut, Invisibility, Edit, Paste, Edit, Interactive Placement. Bam. So here's my sign. Yeah, I literally don't touch it, and it moves, or it jumps, or it goes to a different transform group. It's weird. Like my editor's possessed all of a sudden. Maybe it's a sign telling me to take a week off, that I need a break from the map. Alright, so to open Area 3, you're going to deliver 100,000 liters of clean fill, 100,000 liters of grass seed, 100,000 liters of water, and 100,000 liters of greenery. And then this area will build. So next up, I need a exact warning stripes. So let me duplicate those. We'll go edit, cut, invisibility, paste. And so we'll have our warning stripes where you drop your goods off. Here, and then I need an exact fill route, so I'm going to duplicate that. I don't know if that's the neighbor or if it's the family home. You're my exact fill route, so you go, so you're just above the ground. Alright, so there's my exact fill route. I need a pallet trigger, so we're going to duplicate the pallet trigger. Invisibility, paste. And we're going to spin this guy around. 11.8. I have a friend that is having problems play and save game after. Can't get back into it. It sounds like a mod conflict. I would have to see his entire game log in order to look through the game log to see if it's throwing any errors. Now, if it's a console player, I can't help you because I don't know anything about console. But if it's a PC, we can definitely look at the game log and see if there's anything specific that's throwing errors. But again, he'd have to join our Facebook group and send me a message. So let's go edit, cut, visibility, edit, paste. Alright, so let's get our player trigger in. And we'll get you spun this way. But yeah, Papa Smurf's good. Myself and Dixie are really good about looking at any of the logs to see if we can see anything specific that's throwing an error. So it sounds like a mod conflict. All right, so there should be everything in our. I'm going to scroll back up to the top. So this should be everything in our invisibility node except for your area 2, area 3. So our visibility node is done, so that's going to build when we build the area, and then our invisibility, everything will disappear when we build this property. We're going to need a camera, so let me throw the camera in now. So let's come up to area 2. I just want to grab this camera. And we'll go edit, cut, and paste. And I'm just going to throw it here. And I'm not going to be pretty with it because as soon as you build this area, you're not going to need this camera. So that's all I'm going to do. It just needs a camera to function. Oh, yeah, unfortunately, sorry. Yeah, you can't post any links. I've seen that name on Twitch. He can send me a whisper on Twitch if he'd like, but I'd rather I don't check Twitch that often unless I'm actually streaming. But I've seen him stream it when I'm laying in bed at night. But have him join our Facebook group and have him send me a message on Facebook. Alright, so that's everything with our visibility node and our invisibility node except for are boulders to keep you out of the fields until, where am I going? This way. So the only thing I need is a couple boulders in the field so you can't come in here and steal the crop. So we're going to grab a rock. I'm going to duplicate it. I'm going to go cut it out of there, stick it in here. And we're going to stick it in this field. And we're going to flatten it out so it doesn't look as bad until you actually build this area. Throw one more in over this way. No coming in and stealing crops until you buy it and build it. And I'm going to throw one more in for safe measure. There you go. So no coming in here and stealing crops until you're ready to buy and build this area. So use your attributes to make this work. So let me scroll here. So area 2, area 3. So area 3. We're going to grab this guy and we're going to go string. We're going to go next one. Number 2 is a script callback. Number 3 is a string. And number 4 is a float. And now what farmland did we paint in, because I can't remember. You are number 33. So you are number 33. You are area 3. We're going to come up here. We're going to steal this command to put here. And then we're going to come back up here and we're going to steal this command. And we're going to put it here. But we're going to, it's no longer area 2, it has to be area 3. So that's all of our map work done. I'm going to do a save. So while the map is saving, we're going to jump back into our 110. Rob VTB, that's very smart. Yeah. I'm not going to mention any names, but without mentioning any names, Dixie Angel likes to jump in and teleport, and she likes to steal crop and then teleport back out. So without mentioning any names, I'm going to keep people from teleporting in and stealing crop and teleporting back out. So you are now area 3. So we change this to area 3. And we change this to area 3. Okay, send him a DM on Discord to him to hit you up. Yeah, we have a Discord, but I hate Discord. Discord and I don't get along, so I don't go on there unless I absolutely have to. I'd rather get all communication through Facebook. All right, so this will be area 3. So our 110 is done. So now we go to our global company. We're going to take area 2. We're going to copy it, paste it back in, and we're going to rename it area 3. So we're going to take area 3, and we have to replace area 2 with area 3. And then the only thing we have to do is we have to remap our exact fill route, our player trigger, and our palette trigger. So we come back down here to area 3. We go to our Invisibility Node. And we go, you're going to be number 135. So you are number 135. So this one should be 136. And then this one should be 137. So 135, 136, 137. So all of our map work is done. Our 110 is done. I can close this. I can close this. So our 110 is done. Our XML for this area is done. Our map work is done. But I'm going to save this one more time. It won't be Dixie either. That's not part of testing. Yeah, I love the Easy Dev tool for testing. Absolutely, I couldn't do testing without it. But there's a lot of players who use the Easy Dev tool way too much when they're playing, just to cheat stuff in. And then it's, to me, if you're gonna cheat stuff in, then don't even play the game. But I've seen guys on Twitch live streaming, and they're too lazy to seed their field, so they'll pull up the Easy Dev tool and they'll seed their field in full growth state, and then they'll just go in and start harvesting it. And to me, if you're going to do that, don't even play the damn game. All right, let's go in and see if I messed anything up and if we have any Lua errors. And we'll test this area and see if this area is going to work as it should. So save game 8. And then once this area is tested and it works, there's no Lua errors, I'm going to get out of here for the day so I can sit back, relax, and play Ritchieville for a little bit. I don't get to sit back and play that often, and I don't want to spend too much time in this desk chair today. Alright, so first thing I'm going to do is make sure I don't have any obvious Lua errors. And I don't like the in-game thing. I always come back out here. And I always want to make sure that I don't have any Lua errors. You not? Okay, that was weird. Okay, I don't think we have any Lua errors. So let's come back in here. Let's grab some cash. Let's grab some speed. Let's grab a truck. So let's head down to our new area on the map, Area 3. Um, on my homestead map, everything on its own on my homestead map. No dev tool on there. I keep the dev tool in my mods folder only for the speed because I can't stand walking slow. And then I use super strength on the dev tool if I flip a vehicle. So I'll turn strength on, I'll pick up my vehicle, I'll stand it back up, and then I'll turn the dev tool back off. So that's the only thing in game I use a dev tool for, is to turn on speed and super strength if I have to move something. Alright, so we have a new field 14. Perfect, I can see it on the map. So we'll come down here. Alright, I see my construction barrier. That's a good sign. So you're not going to be able to get in here until you buy it and build it. So let's come over here and we'll face the sign. Alright, cool. So to open up Area 3, go to the construction office. So let's grab ourselves another truck. Because I can't save the save game anyway. There's plenty to do. Grass and wood chips, yeah. I don't play that map as often as I used to, but that's the map I used to lay in bed when my back was killing me and I couldn't sit in the desk chair anymore. That's the map I was playing until the newest version of Ridgeville came out. And I've been playing, I've been trying to get myself set up with all the basics so I can start putting, lumber and steel and doors and windows and all that stuff into storage. So that's my realistic save when I lay in bed at night and play. Alright, so come down to the construction office. Now we want to open up and test Area 3. So we're going to sneak in here. And you're going to find the sign for Area 3 because you're not going to know where it's at. So you're going to do some hunting. And you're going to figure out where the sign for Area 3 is. And then you're going to realize it's hiding all the way back here. So I'm going to park my truck here for now. So to open up Area 3, deliver 100,000 liters each. We shouldn't have any global company trigger. We don't because we didn't buy the farmland. So Area 3. I wanted to reduce the price on that when they did 690,000. Perfect. This area is a million, but it's a lot bigger. I'm going to leave it. Let's buy this piece of property. Now I should have a sign, our global company menu. We do. Now again, you're going to have to deliver the stuff here, but for testing, I'm going to buy it. You will not have that option when the map's released. Alright, so there's our stuff. Our project went active, so this is starting to build. Again, I'm just going to go 2,000 speed just to make sure it's working. So let's come down here. All of our trees are, I'm going to come around. So all of our trees are going to come into place. And our construction barrier is going to disappear. It's a shame it's at night. You can't see it. And not only is it night, it's raining. So we come down here. all of our trees should be spawning into the game, and they are. Our construction barrier is going away, so we'll have access to this land when it's done being built. And then the last thing to disappear when the land is built is our rocks will disappear. There we go. I'm going to go down to just 1 speed. Now if we come over here, our house is built and I have no more global company trigger. So this property is 100% built and it is ours. So again, there's no particular order to build these in, but as you build them, this area turns into a housing development. So that built as it should. So let's come back down here. What crop do we have? We have rice. Why do we have rice spawning into a non-water field? I shouldn't. That should be turned off. I should not have rice growing in this field. Alright, I'm going to use it. Well, no, let's go forward. I'm going to forward a couple days till the rice grows. I think it's a 2-day crop or a 3-day crop. But I should not have rice spawning into non-water fields. So I'm going to have to go into the fruit type XML and make some more adjustments. You should only get rice and cranberry in water fields. You should not get any rice or cranberry in non-water fields. And go down to 1 speed and just let the map catch up for a minute. 1189, Dave, that is cool, yeah. So as you build each section of the map, that whole area will turn into a housing development. I just want to give it a minute or two for the, because I was 2000 speed on a 16x map. I just want the growth stage to catch back up a second. And I got to figure out, I'm not saving this save game anyway, so I don't care about the weeds, but I got to figure out why I'm getting rice in non-water fields. Let's go back to 2000 speed. I want this rice to grow so I can test it with a combine and make sure there's no issues with the hired help. Back down to 1 speed and let the map catch up. But we should be way past 50% growth rate. We should be at, we're 3 days in, we should be at 100% growth rate. There we go. What did it jump to? Growing. It doesn't tell me, it just tells me growing. Alright, let's go another day. I want this crop to come in so I make sure there's no issues with the hired help. Calderson 93, are you going to be putting a sign outside the gate of the construction office area? Yeah, it'll have a hot spot and everything once we're done. So yeah, the construction office will have there'll be signs, there'll be a hot spot where you can fast travel to. All right, come on, let my growth stage catch up. That's the only bad thing about forwarding time on a 16x map. It takes a couple minutes for the map to catch back up. But I think rice is a 4-day crop. Come on. Go to the next growth stage. If not, I'm just going to buy a tractor and a seeder and send them off that way. But I was hoping to get a combine in here. The heck with it. We're just going to grab a tractor and a seeder. I just want to make sure the hired help has no problems. I'm not going to wait for this crop to come in. Let's grab my store delivery mod. Let's grab a tractor and a seeder. Let's grab, the heck, let's just grab the big 120. And let's grab my tractor. Alright, so let's throw in some seeds, let's throw in some fertilizer. Let's get you open. And again, I'm not going to do the whole field, I just want to make sure the hired help doesn't have any issues with the rocks despawning from the field. Are other maps like this too? Now, this map is going to be different than the rest of my maps. I want you to be able to, I want this map to be about 80% of it that you have to build after you buy it. I'll show you. Now my rice is going to come in. Yep, no issues with the hired help with the rocks despawning from the field. All right, yep, we're not going to have any issues. All right, let me find a bear with me a second. I'm going to show you some of the stuff we have in our mod packs. But I want to come over here to an empty part of the map that I don't have finished yet. I'm going to show you a little bit of what we have going on. Show off the map a little bit. It's not done. I'm literally only whatever my stream says, 20 some days into a build, so we're a good 4 months out before this map is finished. But let me come over here where I've got some real estate. Alright, let me come over here. Ooh, wrong one. Alright, let me come over here. And again, I'm not going to save this save game, but let me just get the whole map. Alright, so if you go to the store, we have our vehicle pack. In our vehicle pack, you can use this on all of all my maps except for Homestead. Homestead has its own vehicle pack, but we have the bus, and the bus. I can't show you on this map because I don't have it working yet, but you, you haul your workers around and take your workers to the factories. So we have a bus, we have the Condor seeder, the flat deck trailer to hold. This one is an auto load for bales. We have a fertilizer spreader, the New Holland by Eagle 355th with its 2 headers, and everything has a big. We up the capacity and we up the speed on all of our vehicles. So we have the Case Titan for lime and solid fertilizer. By Stevie, we have the cotton baler, but we also have to bale lavender and tobacco on this map. We have the Big Cat mining truck for our mines. We have the cement truck for the cement factory, so you can haul cement around. We have the Eagle 355th. The front compartment holds 1,000,000 liters. The back compartment holds 1,000,000 liters. Big flexi coil plow. We have the small animal trailer. We recommend this one for the chickens and the ducks. We have the bunker cleaner for the mines. We have our trash truck to haul the trash around with. We have the triple wide root crop headers and the T440 to go with it. Tipper that holds, I think, up to 3,000,000 liters. A couple of specialty tankers for our seafood and sugar water and salt water. DB90, DB120. The K100 that holds our slide-on tipper. Winston's Crone pack is in here. We have our tanker that holds the cow milk and the goat milk. We have the bigger tank, or the bigger trailer for your larger animals. This one doesn't work well with ducks, so we tell you to use the small one. We have our slide-on tipper for the K100. We have our Fent. We have my favorite tanker. It's logoed up with our logos on it. And we have the Unimog that has its own tipper, different capacities. It has a slime fertilizer spreader, and it has a tanker, slide-on tanker. That's our vehicle pack. We also have this trailer for all of our pallets. This one will only hold pallets. This one will no longer hold bales. So this one will haul all of our pallets around. We have, you have to put your own, where's the farmhouses? You have to put your own sleep sugar down. So we have the desk chair, the doormat, or the outhouse as part of our pack. So you can put those down for your sleep triggers. By Stevie, we have the potato washer, the potato steamer, but again, ours will hold a bigger capacity and it's a lot faster. I think we have them at 50,000 liters per hour. Under animal pens, we have the dog kennel. Let me come over here to the end of the property. Alright, so you have your dog kennel. There's a large chicken coop. We have, again, these are from Dave from DodgeNet. Gave us permission to use them. You have, I think this one's pig. You have your donkeys. There is the little open air duck, or the open duck pen. There's the bigger duck pen for just feathers. And then you have your large goat enclosure. And the big pig stall. And my extra large sheep pen. Oh, you're not going to let me put you down. I'm too close to the other one. There we go. I was too close to the road. I don't have place anywhere turned on. So these are our specialty animal pens. Most of them are from Dave from .net. A couple of them are ours. So this map has the regular animals, and it has dogs, ducks, donkeys, and goats. So these are all of your specialty animal pens. So dogs, you have a couple different dogs. Your ducks, your open duck pen, your open chicken pen. So those are all of the animal pens. Now we also have our own. So you can go to the store, you can buy chicken feed, duck food, donkey food, goat food. You can buy all your animal foods until you start making your own. So they're all available to buy at the shop. We have our silos. So grain silo placeable, placeable for cotton, lavender, tobacco, wool down, and cashmere. Placeable quarry silo, placeable animal care silo. So everything you need to take care of your animals will fit in that silo. We have cold storage, which will hold all of our orchard and greenhouse products. Field care silo will hold your seeds, your liquid fertilizer, your solid fertilizer, anything you need to take care of a field with. Liquid storage will hold all the liquids on the map. So those are our placeable silos. And then we have a lot of our placeable factories. So this one is just a battery charging station. So a lot of our factories will use batteries, and the batteries will, after the factory's done with the battery, it gives you dead power cells. So you bring your dead power cells over here and it recharges them back to working batteries. Oop, wrong one. We have placeable gas pump, placeable hayloft. We have a placeable rock crusher. Anderson factory makes, Anderson will make, where am I? Back this way. So the Anderson factory, you put in lumber, glass, diesel, and plywood. You're going to get doors, windows, siding, and fencing. Your doors, windows, siding, and fencing are used to build other factories with. We have the Certainteed factory. Now our Certainteed factory, again, this makes product to build other factories with. So Certainteed, you put in paper, resin, sand, fiberglass. That's going to make roofing and insulation. Placeable composter. That's self-explanatory. It makes compost. Compost you can spread on your fields, and it counts as a layer of fertilizer. Or you can make compost for the orchards and greenhouses. So composter. We have our own fertilizer factory. We have the glass factory. I'll throw it back here. So your glass factory, you're going to put in coal from the mines, sand from the mines, and pallets, and you're going to get bottles. Bottles are used in the soda factory. Glass is used to make doors and windows, and then fiberglass is used to make insulation. We have a grass dryer, and it pretty much, when you throw it down, it'll make hay and silage. Just add grass. We have placeable heating plant, and it'll give you income per hour. So you throw in, oh, where's my global company menu? So you throw in a little bit of water, either wood chip, straw, or grass, and it's going to give you income per hour, and then a little bit of digestate as a byproduct. We have placeable herbicide production. We have an ice cube factory. This one's not released yet. Or this one was released. This was part of the new construction pack. But you put in diesel water and sacks, and you'll get ice cubes. And we're going to use ice cubes in other factories. So that's going to be, ice cubes will be used to make another product with. We have the Mammoth Mill. Spin it this way. So Mammoth Mill is going to make, where's my menu? Over here. So you're going to put in logs, coal, water, and you're going to get, and then you're going to get, and it's going to need ore for the steel products. But it makes paper, lumber, plywood, pallets, firewood, steel, drill pipe, barrels, empty kegs, and crates. So it makes 10 different products that are used in other factories. So that is the mill. We have Benjamin Moore Paints. So small paint factory. So Benjamin Moore Paints, and it just makes pallets of paint, and paint is used to build other factories with. We have Pennington Seed. So Pennington Seed takes planter boxes and clean fill and clover and empty sacks. You're going to get greenery and grass seed. And that's what the pallet of greenery looks like. And then it makes pallets of grass seed. If I can jump up here. So pallets of grass seed. And then they're used to build the map with, and they're used to build other factories with. So that's Pennington. Quality First. Quality First. Come over here. Quality First. You add concrete, plastic, water, diesel, and pallets, and you're going to get planters, sewer pipe, water pipe, red bricks, and pavers. And this terracotta planter is a direct sell, so that's not used in other factories, but the rest of the products from this factory are used to build stuff with. It says Tom's Tables at the top of that menu. Did it say Tom's Table at the top of the menu? Did I mess that up? Okay, this one says Quality First. Which one says Tom's Tables? Which one did I mess up? Pennington? Oh, Mammoth Mill. Does Mammoth Mill say Tom's Tables? Do I have to go in and fix it? I do have to go in and fix that. I'll fix that for the next update. Good catch. Where's Dixie? She usually catches that for me. So Quality First. We have a placeable seed maker. We have Sparky's. So Sparky's makes where's my menu? So you add in copper, concrete, plastic, glass, diesel, and logs. It's going to make telephone poles, conductors, lighting, and copper wire. So it's going to make everything you need to build your electrical system with. So it's going to make your telephone poles, your lights, your conductors, which are the top of the pole where your wires connect to, and it's going to make your copper wire. So that's going to build your electrical grid. We have Tom's tables. Now, does this one say the mill? So, Tom's tables. Oh, I got a floaty thing I need to fix. Nope, this one says Tom's tables. So, wood chips and logs. It's going to make planter boxes, tables, chairs, and benches. And you'll get a little bit of wood chips in return and a little bit of resin. So that one is Tom's. We have, oh, that's all I have in this mods folder. My other mods folder, I have about 10 more factories that I don't have in this mods folder. So you're going to need all of these factories to build other factories with and to build a map with. Calderson 93, good catch. I'll go and I'll get that fixed for the next update. So that's part of what we have, and I have about 20 more factories that I don't have in this mods folder that I can't show you. But that's some of the stuff that we have for our maps. Alright, bear with me a sec till I get out of here. I want to see, I'm going to throw you all on, be right back. I'm going to get out of this map in a second, save and quit, and I'm going to make a little, give me about 2 or 3 minutes, I'll be back. Alright, well, I was going to get out of here for the night, but I'm going to take advantage of the Wi-Fi and the family not being home. And I'm going to stay on here just a little bit longer. So we have this section of the map done now. So we are almost all the way around. We are almost done between the base of the mountain and the canal. So we have from this side of the waterfall back to where that I started that field to do. So we don't have too much more to finish the base of the mountain. I want to use this square here between the roads, or rectangular, for I'm going to do a church with a parking lot. I'm going to do a couple soccer fields. I have a basketball court, and then we're going to do like a little open air, like a little farmer's market. And I want to bring in one more sell point. I want to bring Nona Ritchie's in. So the first thing I want to do before we start on this area is I always underpaint my roads with gravel, and I usually do that off camera, but since I'm going to stay a little bit longer than I was going to, we're going to go ahead and work on start this area a little bit. So I'm just going to underpaint just the area here that we're going to work on with gravel. Just want to underpaint my roads real quick. And then we'll start. I won't get this area finished, but we'll at least start working on this square. And then we'll pick it up next stream with this work continuing this area. I'm just going to stay on for about another hour until the family gets home, whatever comes first. So we'll start this area here. We'll see how far we get. I have most of the stuff imported into the map files for this area. I don't have the sell point. I don't have Nona Ritchie's imported in. So that's the only thing I'm missing to build this area with. So let me just underpaint the roads real quick. And then we'll start this rectangular area. If I don't do this now, when I go to paint the grass, I'm going to be mumbling under my breath saying, I should have painted the roads first. So it won't take long, just a couple minutes. Couple minutes boring bits. And I underpaint my roads because when we go to do the good map, because the map we're using is just temporary. So when we go to do the good map, I know exactly where the roads are, and I spend less time in paint.net painting the roads in, because it shows me exactly where the roads are on the map. So it's just easier for me in the long run when we go to do the map. So that's the reason why I underpaint the roads. Alright, I gotta fix my mouse pad and my mouse because my mouse pad is like sliding off my desk. bear with me a second. I'm trying to hold my mouse pad down while I'm using it so it doesn't slide off the desk. I think it's why my other wireless mouse is jumping all over the place, because I seriously think the mouse pad is moving. This may be a bigger area than I thought for this whole church and soccer field. Yeah, this is probably going to end up using just half of this area, and maybe make a like a city park or a playground or something in the rest of it. I don't know, we'll see. We'll play it by ear as we go, but I have a feeling this area is going to be bigger than I need. So maybe I'll try and find some gazebos or something to fill in this area with. Or maybe we'll do a couple soccer fields, a couple basketball courts. I have a baseball field, but I have to pull it out of another map. I don't have it imported into this map yet. So maybe we'll even throw a baseball field in here. And again, a lot of the stone gravel you don't see because the grass covers it. Yeah, if they're not home yet, I'm assuming they're going to stay in Tulsa. They went to Tulsa for the day, which is about an hour away. So I'm assuming they're going to have dinner in Tulsa before they come home. And they're just hanging out in Tulsa for the day. But I will go, what time is it? 5 o'clock. If they do not come home, I'll go for about another 45 minutes or so. Now I'm going to get out of here for the night. But it'd be nice to finish the area. It'd be nice to get the area or between the mountain and the canal done, so I can at least call one small section of the map done. And then the next section of the map we'll do is the area between the canal and Outer Mountain. And that's going to be, again, mainly just fields and meadows and forests. And then I'm not going to be too concerned with finishing the top of Center Mountain, because that's going to take a while. We're going to have a couple big we're going to have a massive city up there to build, and we're going to have a bunch of cell points to build. So the top of Center Mountain is going to take at least 2 to 3 weeks to finish that area of the map. So I'm not going to be in any big hurry to jump back up there. Because that's going to be very time consuming and a lot of XML work. So we have McDonald's and Wendy's and Applebee's and Napa Auto Parts and Dunkin' Donuts and all those other sell points to bring in. and a lot of details, a lot of like parking lot items and parked cars and street lights and dumpsters. And so building the big town and the big city and all the cell points on top of Center Mountain is going to take a while. Yeah, this area is going to be bigger than I had planned. I think I'm going to switch gears, and I think we're going to go on the other side of the road. It's a smaller area for what I want to do. But just give me a second to get this painted, and I want to look around for a minute. I don't think I want to put the church and soccer fields and stuff here. I think it's going to be I'm going to have way too much space to try and fill in. May go with a little bit smaller area. I may use, yeah, I think I'm going to use this smaller area instead of this bigger area for what I want to do. So let me just underpaint the road over to the waterfall real quick, because I want to use this area over here instead. And then I'll come up with a different idea for the big square. The big square may be just a field or a placeable area. I may just turn that into another placeable area so you have room to put factories down. Or I'll put the church and stuff over to my right. Not 100% sure yet. But now that I actually see this area up close, it's definitely bigger than what I wanted to use. Or I can find a spot between the canal and outer mountain to put the church and stuff into. So bear with me a second until I come over here to the waterfall, and I'm going to see if I've got a better spot to do with what I had in mind. So if the spot's too big, I'm going to be pulling my hair out to try and fill it. And I don't like wasting space. I want to use every inch of the map sensibly, so something doesn't look out of place. But this is underpainting the roads. This is like 3:30 a.m. I can't sleep stuff. Now I want a smaller, yeah, I think I'm going to use this square right here. I'm going to do the church. We'll put the church on the corner. We'll put in a couple soccer fields, basketball court. And then we'll see if I don't put the open air, what I may do is over here on this side, I may put in my sell point and the open air market. Actually, I think this spot over here by the, we're gonna use this spot here instead. We are. I think it's going to work out better for the church, parking lot, soccer field, couple basketball courts, and then I could put my Nunna Ritchie sell point in, and then I can run my open air farmer's market down to the bridge. I think we're going to use this area right here. So let me fix a couple texture issues. Thank you for showing mods. You are more than welcome. Whenever I have a few new viewers on the stream, I don't mind showing off what we have to offer. All right, so let's go back to round. Let's go back to our green grass texture, and I want to push the base of the mountain back to where our actual grass is. So we'll fix this a little bit, and then in a couple areas that are flat, I'm going to raise up a little bit so it makes it a little bit more sense. All right, and we'll take our grass and we'll push our grass back. Push our mountain back to where our grass belongs. Yeah, push this back along here. All right, that looks better there. So we'll come over here. Push this back a little bit. Clean up these textures before we get started. Which I'm going to have to paint the rest of that gravel under the road. Since I'm going to use this section instead of the other section. I just want to paint. It won't take me long, a minute. I'll just get the rest of that road underpainted right through here. Alright. So I only have to go from here straight up to this other intersection. Let me just take care of that real quick. Just a little bit more gravel. Let me go back to gravel. Where's my gravel? There's my gravel. Let me go back to square. And let me just grab this from here to the corner. That's all I'm missing. Alright, that works. Alright, so we're going to start down here where it's a little bit more on the wider side, and then I'll get rid of the grass and stuff as we go, as we need to. So, let me do a quick save, because I haven't saved in a little while. Let this save. I'm going to create a new transform group, and we're going to start putting our churchy bits in. And again, the more I build into the map, the longer and longer it's going to take to save each time. So let's come over here to places. I don't have a blank transform group. Shame on me. So let's create a transform group. I usually keep a couple extra spare transform groups in there in case I need them. Edit, cut, places, edit, paste. There's my blank transform group. I'm just going to duplicate it a couple times so we have some spares. We're going to call you the church area. So you're going to be our church area. I'm going to fly across the map. So I've got in my staging area up here. We haven't gotten to this section of the map yet. I know I have a church sitting up here. I don't know where, but I know I've got a church sitting up here somewhere. Here it is. So I'm going to grab the church. Why does it do that? I don't click anything. I don't touch my mouse. It just... We're going to grab our church. We're going to come up here. We're going to go edit, cut. I'm going to throw it into this transform group. So we have our church. Oh, I didn't grab the whole church. Darn it. Let's try that again. Church. Main building. Do I... Oh, I don't have the light. What the heck? Church. I'm going to have to go in. That's not the entire church. It's not giving me the whole transform group. It's only giving me the main building. Oh, what happened? My church moved. My church moved transform groups. Hold on. You. Edit, cut, church, edit, paste. Does it put you back in place? It does not. Alright, this ain't going to work. Hold on. I'm going to have to go into my other map and pull the church out because I can't get the church for some reason in one transform group. So I'm going to go to a different map for a minute and I'm going to grab a better church. But I do want this particular house so the priests and the nuns have a place to live. So I'm going to grab that house and we're going to go... Yeah, that church is messed up for some reason. I'm going to go edit, cut, and paste. So there's my house for the priests and the nuns to live in. I'm going to grab a parking spot and we're going to go... I told you my editor's been acting weird for the last couple days. I'm going to go edit, cut, church area, paste. So that gives us a house and it gives us a parking spot to live with. My church is messed up, so we're going to go import one in. So I'm going to open up one of my other maps a minute. But that whole mess up there is going to get deleted really soon as I'm done with picking pieces out of it. But for now, just as a temporary, I'm going to go, we're going to stick our house here. It's not going to stay there. We're going to stick our parking lot in and it's not going to stay there. I'm going to minimize this map. I'm going to go to... I'm going to leave this one open a minute. So I'm going to open up another. I'm going to go into my Ritchieville map. Oh, you're the hollow map. Let me go into Ritchieville. I'm going to open up this map. And I'm going to grab a good church. One that the transform group's not all messed up in. And then I'm going to go about another 20 minutes. So I'm going to get out of here for the day. Unless that's the family coming home. Nope, someone's walking down the street. Alright, so let's come over here. And this is my Ritchieville map. I just want to grab... I'm going to grab the church out of this map. Because I know it's not messed up. So we're going to come over here. I'm going to make sure I have the entire transform group for the church. We're going to go File, Export Selection with Files. We're going to go Ritchie Valley, New Buildings, and we're going to go Church. And it's always yes and yes. And I'm going to close this map, and I'm not going to save it because I don't make any changes to it. So we come into our Ritchie Valley map, into New Buildings. I should now have a church. And I always check my textures to make sure nothing's messed up with the textures. Dollar data means they're pointed to your base game map, so there's no texture files for this church. So now I just go File, Import, I grab my church, and we go scroll up here. I'm going to close that. So we scroll up here, we go Edit, Cut, I put it in my transform group that I'm working in. And now we have our church. Now I'm going to actually face it so it's facing our corner. So we're going to put our church on the corner. Now if I monkey around with this a little bit, I'm going to make sure I'm perfect on the height before I mess around with it. Let me go down on my speed a little bit. Alright, I'm going to pull this down, I think, just a little bit. Make sure it's not sticking up above the ground. I think I'm going to go just like there. So you're actually, I think, the back of the church. Do we have a front of the church? Not really. Yeah, you're good right where you were. Alright, so church is going to be facing, let me turn it back to 45. Church is going to be facing the corner of the property. And we'll put a small parking lot. Actually, no, we'll keep like a tree area. We'll do like a circle driveway coming in from this side and then coming back out on this side. So let me push this back a little bit. So we'll do a driveway from this corner, front of the church, over this corner, and we'll put some flowers and stuff in front of the church. But I want to make this church a little bit bigger. So I'm going to duplicate it, and if I turn it, let me go to -45. I could put another church within the church and it makes it look like it's bigger. And it doesn't look out of place. So it actually makes it look like it's a little bit bigger. And then just monkey around with it so you don't see like this weird door window sticking out. Go the other way. So unless I spin it, what do you, let me play around with this a minute. Let's go, we go this way to 45. How do you look this way? Now if I could probably slide you out a little bit. Nope, it's going to make the roof look weird, so I'm going to bring you back in. I think you looked better the other way. How does it look on this side? Actually, I like that better. We're going to leave it this way. So that's how you make the church look a little bit bigger, by putting buildings inside of buildings. So that is going to be our church. And I may push this back even a little bit further. Well, hang on. Let's see if I have to push it back a little bit further or not. Let's grab Let's go to round. Let's go to concrete. This will tell me if I have to move the church. So if we come over here and we bring in a driveway for the church, and it's going to come out to that road. And this is just rough. We'll make it look pretty later. And we'll bring it around to this road. And this will be our main entrance into the church. And again, that's just rough. We'll make it look pretty. So that's going to be our main entrance into the church. We'll fence it in going from here to the water, so you can't get in on that side. And we'll probably run a fence down this whole length of the road, so you can't get in there as well. So that's where our church is going to be. So now we need, let's move this house where our nuns and our priests are going to live. Let's get this out of the way for now. So you're going to be the rectory, and you're going to be, we need room for a parking lot. So we're going to bring you back this way a little bit. And I'm going to square you up to -90. And we're going to bring you up about even with the church's corner, like so. We're going to bring you over this way. And that's going to give us room here for a parking lot for the church. So let's go. So let's go back. We're going to leave it on concrete. Let's go back to square. And let's get, so I may have to flip that house around, it maybe backwards. Let's bring you over. So you're going to have a parking lot here, over to the church. I'm going to take you all the way to the church. Let's bring you out. And we may have to make this a little bit bigger. This is just rough. I want to take you out so there's just a little bit of grass between the church and the parking lot. So we can go something like this. Actually, I can turn that in. There we go. Now, are you the back of the building or are you the front of the building? You're about the same on both sides, aren't you? Yeah. Actually, I like the other side better. Let's flip you around this way to 90, and we'll bring you back so you're back even with the edge of the lot. And then I'm going to get rid of, let's go, are we on subtract? We're on subtract. Are we on grass? We're on grass. I'm going to get rid of the grass underneath this building for now. Alright, so there's going to be our parking lot. So let's take our front parking. We can come over this way. And I got to pull it out of the ground just a hair. So let's go 105.15. Yeah, so that'll pull it out of the ground a little bit. So now we're going to need a parking lot for the church. So we'll turn you to -90. And we'll bring you back over this way. And we'll put you there. And then I'm going to, let's duplicate you again. Let's take you to 90 and 0, and let's pull one down this way. Something like that, and then do I want to get another? Yeah, so let's go. Let's pull you over this way. And we'll go one more lot. Actually, no, we're going to change it up a little bit. We're going to go this way, but we're going to go like so. I'm going to take this guy, and we're going to flip him. Oh, I don't want to duplicate him. Let me delete that. We're going to take this guy, and we're going to flip him back around, I think. Minus 90. And we're going to butt him up. So there's room to drive in. And we'll go something like this. Yeah, so we'll have room to drive in, pull into those spots, pull into the different parking spots. All right, so there's going to be our church parking lot. So we have, I want to make this a little bit bigger because we're going to have a couple soccer fields. We're going to have a couple basketball courts. A little bit of a playground. Maybe I can even put another building in. We could do like a daycare. Do I have a school? We could bring in a schoolhouse, rectory, schoolhouse, daycare. Make the parking lot bigger. I don't have a schoolhouse and a daycare in the map yet, but I think that's what we're going to do. So we're going to change this up a little bit. We're going to take, I'm going to use this house just as a placeholder for now. And I'm going to pull it out here. So we're going to need one more building for a daycare. And then I want one more building for a school. So I'm going to just use those for placeholders for now until I get my other buildings in the map. So let's go back to, okay, we're on square, we're on concrete, perfect. So let's pull our parking lot back. And that'll give us room, plenty of parking for the soccer fields and basketball courts as well. So let's fill this in, and we'll change this parking lot up a little bit. And let me get rid of the grass that's in here. And we're going to change this parking lot up a little bit. So you are now going to come up to the end. And then these guys, I'm going to pull them back just a hair. So you're going to come back a hair. Give me the next one. And then you're going to come back a hair. And now we're going to go like this. I'm going to pull you up. And we're going to pull you up. And may have room for one more. If not, I'll push the parking lot back a little bit further. Get you about there. That'll work. So we'll take you, and we will bring you back. We'll bring you back. And we'll bring you back. Alright, so there's going to be our church, our rectory. We'll do a little daycare, and we'll do like a little school. I'll change those two buildings out as soon as I import them into the map. And then we might as well, yeah, let's do it. Let's take, and let's bring a, right at the edge of the bridge, let's bring another entrance in. So right about here, we'll do another small entrance. Ooh, I think someone's home. I think they're home. Let me take a peek out the window. Yep, I'm gonna need to get out of here. Alright, so that should, so parking lot, that looks good for our parking lot. This is gonna start our nice churchyard. Back in this area, we'll get our first soccer field in. We'll do a couple soccer fields along here, and then we'll do like a little grassy area, picnicky area, and then we'll put in a couple basketball courts, and then we'll put in our market and our open air flea market, farmers market, back that way. But I'm going to throw you all on ending soon. I'm going to save and close and get out of here. I appreciate everybody stopping in, taking the time out of their day to say hello. A rare Saturday stream for me, and 5.5 hours. So much appreciated. Thank you everybody for stopping in. If I do not stream, I'm probably going to take tomorrow off. So everybody have a great weekend, and we'll catch y'all back on Monday.